Ready?
Yes.
Sandra DeVille Taylor, 545 Rock Street. Thank you again. I first would just like to acknowledge that today is Veterans Day, and I would like to salute all of the current and veterans from the Menasha community. We are one of the few communities that have Medal of Honor recipients. Today, the city of Neenah at Shattuck Park had a ceremony and did invite the veterans from Menasha to attend. It was nice, even though it was a cold day, it was a nice event. Mayor Dean Crawford was there, representatives from the town, or Village Fox Crossing and the town of Neenah were all there. So I do just want to acknowledge the Veterans Day. With that said, it is budget night. It's the third meeting prior to adoption of the budget. And to date, I have yet to hear, it's been over 6 hours, and I've yet to hear a single motion for any reduction. Again,
Andy, could you turn your mic off? We're getting back feed from someone. I'm sorry, Sandra, to interrupt you.
turn my mic off.
No, it was
Someone else.
maybe Mayor, because I'm hearing and I see everybody's kind of like reacting to some kind of noise. So like crumpling papers or something. So sorry, Sandra, we'll give you extra time.
Thank you. Okay, starting over. I'm still looking for someone. Can you hear me now? I'm still looking for someone to make some kind of reduction. It's the budget. It's dollars and cents. It's not a performance review. It's not that if I seem critical, I'm not critical of a department. I'm not critical of an individual. I'm critical of the dollars being spent. I just need to reiterate last year, the mayor's letter acknowledged that I want everyone to know that this budget will not collect even a single dollar more in property taxes this year. In fact, our tax levy is actually slightly lower than 2019. Yet this year, it's going up, and we have surpluses in the majority of the departments. As a consumer, if I pay for something and I didn't receive it, I expect a refund. And if nothing else, I would expect that the budget for next year would be reduced by some point because of that surplus. I can only acknowledge that perhaps last year was an election year, and that's why nothing was raised. Now that the election's over, we have a substantial increase. I'm really looking, it's sad because I'm a taxpayer and I feel like I'm screwed. And the majority of you are acting like Santa Claus because everyone's wonderful. And this doesn't mean I don't love the library. This doesn't mean I don't think our police and fire departments are doing fabulous jobs. I'm trying to look at reducing the tax levy to make Menasha marketable to other people who want to relocate here, because they look at the dollars and we're at least $1 or more higher than all the other surrounding communities. So with that said, I'm going to do a little backward. I'm going to start with the mayor's budget, and on page 171, the commemoration. I know we have the fireworks that were carried over from last year, $16,000, but that I believe is in a different account. His civic commemorations are close to $30,000, and that doesn't include the Fox Regional Partnership, which is taken out of 2 tips, and I believe that equals $16,000. So my question is, what is this $30,000 earmarked for? Then on to the Common Council. Oh, I do want to mention, the one thing that is missing from the budget this year is the fresh farm market. And we love the fresh farm market, but I'm happy to see that the city is not the one supporting it. In all of the communities, it's supported by the downtown businesses, and that's what's happening now. So while it was a small amount, it did involve staff and it did involve time. So I'm glad to see that has transferred over to the downtown. Regarding the council, I know that during personnel, I don't know if it passed, I'm assuming it did, it's in the budget, for a 2% raise. I'm all for you guys getting raised. It's been years, and if you do your homework, you deserve it. My question is, it sounds like it's 2% for the next 3 years, 4 years. If you can vote, if that would become effective immediately, or if that becomes effective beginning the next term. What I'm looking at is if it's ethical to vote on your own. That's my question. Or if you need to wait. One thing I did want to mention regarding the budget, the mayor kind of has a long detailed list of his responsibilities when he's basically the chief executive officer. And he has a one-liner for the council. So I just want to remind the council of, you are the governing power. You are the authority. Per the municipal code, it says, except as otherwise provided by law, the council shall have the management and control of city property, finances, highways, streets, navigable waters, and public service, and shall have the power to act for all the government and good order of the city, for its commercial benefit and for the health, safety, welfare, and convenience of the public, and may carry its powers into effect by license, regulation, suppression, borrowing, taxation, special assessment, appropriation, fine, imprisonment, or other necessary or convenient means. You guys rule, and I really want to encourage you to do that in the coming year, to take control and make sure that it's a collaborative response to anything that appears on the agenda. It's not run by the department heads, no matter how talented they are. It's run by the council. You are our elected representation. Next, I did want to mention with the attorney budget. This year, it's the 3-year term. The assessor and the clerk and the attorney, per state statutes, are all appointed to 3-year terms. The mayor has already acknowledged that he is looking to send out a request for proposals to retain an assessor. At this point, I would like an RFP sent out to look into legal services. The attorneys, again, dollars and cents. The attorney's budget is well over $100,000. In comparison, I pulled up Fox Crossing budget for 2020. They are budgeting legal services at $70,000 total. And these legal services, let me remind you, are the same legal services that worked for the village when we lost the annexation, the same legal services that we lost with Harrison, Waverly, and Fox Crossing. They do their job. They know everything and anything. It's a firm that, depending on what the situation is, they have an expert. I think it's time we look into retaining a firm. Not only is it financially beneficial, it's unbiased. Then I will jump to Park and Rec. I could talk hours again for Park and Rec. My major concern is the Jefferson Park. I'm kind of disappointed that the first major thing that we did was the parking lot. That's not spurring any huge opportunities. I'm also disappointed that in the objectives for 2021 is to work with local nonprofit groups to create a beer garden. To me, that's a conflict. If Park and Recreation and it's for health and juveniles, and we want to throw a beer garden into the mix. That was never part of the vision plan. So I have a problem with that. I'm also kind of concerned by the amount of nonprofits are great, but the reliance that the city has done on using nonprofits. And there's also a portion in here to set up a volunteer group. That was attempted years ago between Fox Crossing and the city of Neenah with the park corps. and I don't know whatever happened to it, but that was an attempted several years ago, and it seemed to fall on the wayside. So I'm wondering what the objective is for that. I do have a question regarding the playground equipment budget. That it's budgeted for $610,000. Expecting donations of $510,000 to cover that. Where are these donations coming from? Are they guaranteed donations, or are we just hoping for them? And again, if we're having a donation of $510,000, the council needs to be involved. And that's why I was saying before, the council has to start putting the foot down on some of these things. I love people donating. I love fundraisers. I look back at the city of Neenah when they put in the rocket slide. That was promoted by Future Neenah, and they were selling popsicles and pins, and they had real fundraisers going on. And they generated over $100,000 that way, and then a private entity, a private firm came forward and donated the remainder. That's the kind of thing we need to do. You get the public behind it, get people excited, not these kind of behind the closed door, just talking. You got to get the public, especially with a park like this. Then, to wrap it up, I could talk forever, but regarding the public works budget, I did have
about 10 minutes already, so if you could try to.
I'll do this really quick because
Okay.
this is important. We have over $2 million budgeted for street improvement. I had an email conversation with Adam regarding the creation of a transportation fee similar to what the city of Neenah does. Unlike a wheel tax that Appleton does, that's taxed per vehicle and it depends on registration. So people can be living in the city but register their vehicle elsewhere, and then the city does not benefit from it. However, the city of Neenah program, it's $5 quarterly, $20 a month, or I'm sorry, $20 a year for residential property. That replaced their assessment. In addition, it does tax nonprofits and it does tax businesses. They are generating a huge amount of money, and that is now replacing their special assessment. If the city of Menasha would look into this, we could remove that $1 million off the tax roll and still have our roads paid, and reduce our tax levy by $1. And you're shaking your heads, but I guarantee you, we could do it. We have so many nonprofits. It needs to be looked at. It needs to be looked at, because right now, if you're in the city of Appleton or any other community looking to buy here, the first thing you do is look at the levy. And the levy is way too high. It has to be looked at, because right now, people are not comparing apples to apples. It's apples to oranges and peaches and everything else. We still get the same services, but it's going to be reflected evenly. A higher value house is not paying more just because they live on the same street as a lower value house. We all use the roads. That's why we do it this way. But very few people realize that this is built into the tax. It has to be looked at. Thank you.
I don't think there's any other members of the public here this evening. So we'll move on to the Public Works budget, and Director Alex is here. And you should be able to present your screen now, Adam.
All right. Can everyone see it? Oh, good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Perfect. All right, so we have a number of slides that we need to get through this evening. I guess, and each one of our slides, when we start talking about the different services, we do have page numbers to correspond to the budget book. I guess we were thinking or would ask that before we go on to the next slide,
If you guys have any questions, by all means, fire off those questions to us. So accomplishments for 2020, as you can see there, our street projects, Manitowoc Street reconstruction, we paved 7th Street, State Street, De Pere, 9th Street, Nicolay, portion of Nicolay Boulevard, Abbey Avenue, and then we resurfaced a section of Racine Street. We did repair a section of pavement on Marquette Street to extend the street life, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we move forward or near the end of our presentation. And again, we continued with our increased crack filling program to extend pavement life, and again, we'll touch on that shortly. And then we began the construction of the new Public Works facility. So here's some pictures of the Public Works facility, pretty much the same angle. The one on the left was obviously early on in the progress. You can see the wash bay opening way on the left side, and now you can see it on the new one, the most recent picture, and it does have the above ground fueling station there, as you see. This would be up front by the office. You can see what it looked like a number of months ago, and a picture from about 3-4 weeks ago. And then we have some pictures of some of our street projects. The one on the left obviously is 7th and De Pere Street, and then we have a picture of the overlay that we accomplished on Racine as well. Overall, this is what we're looking at as far as the general fund and the recycle fund, which is a portion of the recycle fund is obviously tax levied. This is where we're at overall in the general fund. We're up about 2.43%, and overall on the recycling fund, we are actually down about 1.3%. We'll get into some more details there. I do want to make a point right here. While you see this this amount or the table, is that this budget reflects the recycling, the yard waste drop site at the city garage, with us moving it to Buckland's next year, which was approved at the board this past week and will be addressed at the council level this coming week. I do in our slides have the impact, the financial impact of that. As far as the recycle fund, we're looking at that we could lower this amount by about $6,400. So municipal buildings, this would be page 42 and 43. There are no significant changes with that particular budget. I did kind of reach out to the school district as I did not have a copy of the lease, just to sort of find out for my own information how long our rent payments are going to stay the same, and we're good through July 1 of 2023. Then on pages 79 and 80, we have our engineering budget. There is no significant changes there. There is some additional amount included for 50% of the cost of 3 new computers. We're looking at about $2,700 for those. On pages 81 to 84, we get into our street construction account. Highlights there on our pavement maintenance sub-account 2010. We are looking to increase our crack filling from 70,000 to 75,000. Small projects, we have some amounts in there, I think $20,000 there. Again, we're looking to do something similar to what we did on Marquette Street. Obviously, that patch did not cost us $20,000, but what we want to do is try and become a little more proactive on some of our streets. Then we get into supplies, 3018. It's broken out with concrete, asphalt, stone. We wanted to show in here that we've committed to doing some street repairs for the Menasha Utilities lead service upgrades. There's $20,000 in materials there. Our crusher rental is $27,500, and then miscellaneous supplies about $5,000. And then we get down to the.
Can I ask you a question? Do you
Shoot.
mind?
Nope.
Oh, can you go back to the last slide then? Oh,
Street construction?
the crack filling. We're just doing that now we're not sharing that with Fox Crossing.
That is correct, Alderman Sevenick. I believe we were paying roughly $3,000 to $4,000
Yeah.
a year for engineering
Okay.
on going
You
joint.
answered. That's more than
So-
you need to tell.
All right.
Got it. Thanks.
And then on the general fund construction side, we got the remainder of Nicolay Boulevard, which would be from Namath all the way to Washington. Our cost is $154, $151. Just to expand on this, we reached out after we put our budget together. We did hear back from the city of Neenah, and it sounds like they are interested in doing obviously the north side of Nicolay from Ann up to it might even be further back to the east because of the utility work, but they are interested in having us be the lead agency on that project, in which we will recover some engineering costs and then in turn charge them for their share of that street project. Very similar to what occurred on Abbey Avenue this past year, where they were actually the lead, but we're going to take the lead on this project, on this street. Pages 85 and 86, we get into our snow and ice removal. Highlights there, we did in the 3015 tools and equipment, we left our plow blades amount at the $18,000 the same. However, we did add an amount, a line item, or a sub line item for broom inventory. We do a fair amount of our snow removal, some of our efforts with brooms. We wanted to take that out of our parts cost. That's where we had been charging it in the past, and these brooms are primarily for snow, so we put those broom sections in here. Let me get into 3018 would be our salt and abrasives. We're looking at, I believe, a slight increase in the cost of our road salt this year, but we're having there 1,000 tons at $77.10. And then, like always, we have 200 tons on reserve, and it is our intent to, I think that's, I think we're okay there. I know we had a fair amount of discussion with the folks out at the garage in regards to making sure that we keep our shed filled. This last couple of years, I know our inventory on hand had dwindled a little bit, and then just so everyone's aware that under the state contract, we're required to fill the shed before the beginning of the season. But I think we're good there. Pages 87 through 89, we got street signs and markings. Things to point out there in the 2010 pavement maintenance, we did outsource our long line painting to Calumet County, and we look to do that again this coming year. We still are in-house doing our stencil work, crosswalk work. We are still using epoxy on our new streets, and we're keeping track of that, and trying to, I guess, be a little more cost effective with our funds. I think the long lines, I guess I never really looked at or added up the hours it takes us to do it, but the county was in here, I don't know, 2 days, 2.5 days, and got everything knocked out. We're happy with that, and we're hoping that based on some of the information they provided us, the paint that they use in many instances will get more than 1 year life out of it, so we may not need to, some of them we may not need to go over again. So also in that budget, you will notice under the engineering 2102, we had it in our CIP last year. We're hoping to perhaps be able to perform this signal time study. We're looking at $20,000 for that. However, and the intent is to improve traffic flow. However, we applied for a grant, a state grant, to offset this cost. It's 90/10. And we obviously would not take this study up unless we get the grant. That is our intention. And then if you see in our CIP, we'd like to try and utilize this grant. We understand that in recent years it's been underutilized, and obviously we had found out about it, and we noticed here just recently the DOT is trying to make everyone else aware of it. We hopefully will be able to take advantage of this grant, but we're looking at then the following year trying to upgrade all our traffic signals on connecting highways. So outside of, I think, 1st and Racine and 7th and Racine, 9th is new. We might be able to take advantage of this 90/10 split and upgrade all of our traffic signals. 38, yes.
With that, is there anything as far as providing cameras for this?
On the signal
When you
timing,
looked at the applying or whatever, did they have anything like that? Because it amazes me how Appleton has them virtually at every main intersection, and even some of those that are kind of off the beaten path.
So Alderman Sevenick, when you say cameras, are you talking cameras that are recording or?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I don't recall if that is part of the grant process. And just to correct you, Adam, a little bit, this is for connecting highways. I don't know if you mentioned that. So it would be any signals that are on 3rd Street and 114, Washington Street.
Well, those are the locations
47.
we want those anyways. That's, 3rd and Racine, De Pere and help me out, 3rd,
Yep.
areas like that, Highway 47 and Midway Road, places like that, those are all state highways. So
correct.
Correct. And I apologize, I don't remember. It's been a couple months since we applied for this grant, and I don't remember everything that was in it, but that might be something that's out there, and we'll keep that in mind.
Thank you.
And then again, back to our supplies 3018. We still do, again, our stencil work, our crosswalks. So there, and obviously sign making material. We do make probably 95% of all our own signs, and our vinyl and sign blanks and hardware are part of that 15,000. Oops. And then what we're looking at doing is purchasing a scissors lift that attaches to our toolcat, instead of trying to trailer our scissors lift down to, say, the trestle trail when we have light work or downtown. A much more efficient and I guess in my mind maybe a safer means of being able to service these our lights and traffic signals as well. And then we go to page 90 and 91. The highlights there would be that, you know, pretty much the same under our 3018 supplies. We got our concrete and rebar detector plates, 8,000. This would be the general fund portion of our street project, which is Nicolay. We have 1575 budgeted for sidewalks and crosswalks on Nicolay. And then we wanted to point out that in our 470 fund, we do have 30,000 for our sidewalk replacement program. And to be perfectly honest with you folks, we've didn't get quite as much done as we would like to. We did address this fall the complaint trip and falls sidewalks that we were made aware of, but any of that type of activity, the labor and the equipment, is reflected in this budget for that $30,000 worth of concrete. Moving on, pages 93 and 94. What's different in there is that you'll see under the 2404 specialized equipment, we've been asked to look at and install a decorative street light on Villa Way at County LP. So that would be the cost of Menasha Utilities to provide us with the light and for its installation. 3015, a portion of that lift attachment for our toolcat. And then we wanted to make a point that I know that there was some discussion with me with a couple of the aldermen in regards to the decorative street lights on Main Street. In our TIF, we'll point it out again a little bit later when we touch on TIF 10. The plan that was put in place a number of years ago was to replace them on Main Street. There was some discussion. We did investigate refurbishing some of those that we took down. And at the end of the day, we decided internally as a staff that maybe we just push everything back a year, wait until 22 when the Racine Street roundabout and the north end of the Racine Street Bridge project will be being completed, and then they will be working on the decorative lights there. And we're hoping to be able to it's in our CIP sort of finish off the rest of Main Street. There's going to be a little gap from the limits of the Racine Street Bridge project and where we left off in 2018. So we figured in 2022, so next year's, this time next year, we will be bringing this forward again as far as finishing out the decorative lights on Main Street, whether we want to look at new or perhaps look at refurbishing them. But I just wanted to point that out, that we're going to push that back a year. Then we get into pages 95 and 96. The parking lot amount went up in total, primarily because of the pedestrian crossing in the Broad Street lot. That is a project that Deputy Director Gordon has been working on with a couple of businesses there, and I think it impacts our storm sewer there as well. And this would be the material cost for that. So that's one of the reasons why, the primary reason why there's a significant jump in our parking lots budget.
What is that mainly through the alleys there, or what?
So what we've had some complaints over the last year or so, kind of primarily behind the weather vane, Lemon Loves Lime a little bit. So the handicap ramps that go into the backsides of a couple of those businesses do not meet ADA compliance. And there's some sidewalk back there that's broken. I know Lemon Loves Lime has some storm sewer sump pump line that they want to have fixed. So with all of that, we're looking to, there's a crosswalk right behind the weather vane. We're looking to do a raised crosswalk similar to what's a little bit further down the alley. And
Okay,
then we'll
makes
be
sense.
eliminating a couple.
That's good.
So
That's good enough. Good enough. Perfect. That's like just, you say Broad Street lot, and that's, all those things you said, I figured that in that, so it makes sense. I think actually I'm surprised you can do it at 6,000. So it sounds like you're going to do that more in-house then.
Correct.
Okay.
Alderman Nichols has a question before you move on, Adam.
Yep.
That was my question. Thank you.
All right, moving on. 98 to 100 would be our refuse collection. Pretty much it's up slightly. Tipping fees did go up, and then an increase in our tonnage is the primary reason. You look at 256.30 in the 2020 budget, and we're at 275, 200. And there again, just another highlight, there would be $7,000 for carts and cart parts, just so you're aware, we're continually making sure that we have them on hand. There still are a number of carts, the original carts, and we've certainly got the life out of them that we expected, but they do fail eventually.
Adam and Corey, I heard you're big tippers.
I have a question about the tipping. Is that a locked-in rate, or does that fluctuate throughout the year?
It's locked in for the year. The Tri-County Waste Board, they generally do their budgets a little bit earlier than ours, and so that they can give us a heads up as to what the tipping fees are going to be. The solid waste, the refuse, typically, I mean, the last probably 10 years, it's been like $1 a ton. Each year it has gone up. Obviously the recycling, that jump from, again, there's another jump coming this year, and that's obviously because of the inability to sell the materials that we do recycle. So, but we'll hit that in a minute. So weed control, there is a little bit of a change there in regards to the summer help wages. It was something that kind of transpired over the course of the summer, how we were recording it, accounting for that. And obviously everyone is aware that, the roundabout on Racine, we've been trying to make a dedicated effort over there to take care of that. There is the median on 47. We've talked, I've looked at outsourcing what that, to have someone else perhaps maintain that as an option. We've looked at, and we do plan at some point to perhaps shrink the size of those landscape beds and use a little more grass, which we seem to be a little more efficient at cutting grass than maintaining some of these landscaped areas. So anyway, so we shifted some of the summer help wages to there. In the past, I think some of those costs were charged to the park department, and just felt that this was probably a little better handling of those costs.
Adam, what do we pay the summer help?
Like, help me out, Thad.
We're paying them $11 an hour.
11.
$11 an hour.
Yep.
Fantastic. Okay. So it went up from, I'm looking at that budget thing for the wages in 2019. It was $8,100. Then 2020 it was $10,500. And then 2021, it was 13. Is that correct? Or was it that 1281?
12,811 is what we budgeted in 2020. And
But you only paid out 10.5, right?
that's what we're projecting this year, yes. So what
Okay,
this
so-
budget, yes, so what this budget covers is obviously the property owners that are non-compliant with our long grass and noxious weeds. In addition to, there are a number of areas that are city-owned that we maintain. And one of the big ones, which that the area has been decreasing and getting smaller, would be the Lake Park Villa areas out there. We were maintaining, mowing those lots. So when you see those full-time wages, that's generally what they're doing, would be these larger parcels that were out with the tractor and the big mower, maintaining those areas. And then we generally utilize the summer help individuals for most of our non-compliant, and then these other areas that are not necessarily parks and fall under what we would, under sort of the public works realm of weed control.
Plus, Randy, I'd like to add, if you look on page 101, the summer help full-time employees jumped
Yeah.
from 0.09 to 0.22. So it's kind of a
Right.
flip-flop, as Alex said, out of the park and rec budget, but it's going to here.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Thank you. Good job.
And then obviously the lift bridges, next year, what we budgeted is for a full season. We expect it to be a full or nearly full season. Currently it's still being reimbursed by the state. However, you'll notice that it did increase from 20 to 21, and it is primarily due to unemployment going up, which, we really don't control. And then fiber optic, a share of the cost for fiber optic there. So then we get to recycling solid waste. We're looking at pages 200, 201. Again, if you recall the table up front, the recycle fund is going down. I'll just say that right here, that it is primarily going down due to our health insurance costs. It just so happened the individual who's budgeted primarily out of this account is not carrying the city offered insurance. And I'll just make a point that this is probably, I think there's like 3, maybe 4 out there that are not carrying the city's insurance, which is sort of I guess a benefit to us here. I think that's the most I recall. In the past it'd been like 1, maybe 2, but we're benefiting because this individual who's budgeted here is not carrying the city offered insurance. But there again, if you note that the tipping fees are going from $10 to $15 a ton, an increase is due to both tonnages and tipping fees. Our weights our overall weights as far as what we're handling are up a little bit. So then we get into what I had made mention before, the recycling yard waste. So just so everyone's aware, what we do is our yard waste is the brush collection, spring cleanup, composting efforts, our fall leaf collection, our Christmas tree collection. I don't know if I said it, our monthly brush collection. And the total of our yard waste costs, overall cost, 44% of it is funded through the recycling fund, and then the remaining 56% is funded through the stormwater fund. So, and the cost that you see here does reflect the cost of the drop site being at the Public Works facility. However, if it gets approved on Monday night and we move the drop site next year to Bucklands, we will end up reducing the temporary wages and payroll expenses by about $2,700. Obviously, we'll increase our management fees slightly, $660, and then our equipment rental will be able to be reduced by $4,400. So all totaled here in the recycling yard waste, which is funded through the levy as well. We're looking at knocking that down about $6,400.
Adam?
Yes.
Yes, question. So when I'm looking at the wages, so the wages in 2019 went from 38,000 and now they're going up to 51,000. Explain to me who gets those wages.
So the budget was 53,350. Is that what you said for 2020? Okay. And then the 2020.
Yeah, I went from 2019, but go ahead, sure.
So when you look at your budget book, what you're going to see is, and it's difficult, and Finance Director Sassman and I talked about it. The numbers are, if you look at the actual to date and our year-end projections, it's a little kittywampus. It is for accounting purposes. We charge everything to the 266, the recycling yard waste, and at the end of the year, we tally it all up, and then we split it again by that 56%. So it's difficult under that format to look at what you're seeing actual year to date and what we're projecting.
So why the increase from 39 to 51?
That's a good question.
Corey got the answer, right?
You'd have to look at how many full-time employees were in that budget in 2019. We don't know that.
Well, even in 2020.
Adam, do you want to explain how we budget all of the Public Works employees and how they're apportioned throughout? And how that might affect this number depending on where they work throughout the year?
Correct. But I'll have to get back with you, Randy, because I'm drawing a blank at the moment here. So what happens is that we take all our employees and we split them up, and then they all add up to 100%. We divvy them up by percentage, and then our HTE payroll system applies their rate and then divvies it out based upon their percentage split. And then we do have a grand total that everything adds up to. We will have to look at this one because I understand the question at the moment here.
Adam, this is Jennifer, if I could chime in. It
You
does
bet.
look on page 203, you are budgeting close to what you did last year. They might be focusing on the projection, and that's after the
Correct.
proposed two moves.
And that's what I'm looking at too. But if you look at what Randy's saying, our actual in 2019 was only 38. I will dig into this a little bit more, and I will share this with you guys before we adopt the budget, because I was just going to look at the storm portion, because again, our totals added up, so I assumed we were good. And believe me when I say I look through these budgets, I've looked through this book probably a dozen times since we printed it, and I did not catch that.
So Adam, explain to me. I'm working for the street department.
Yep.
Okay. Maybe 20% of my job is doing blacktop.
Yeah.
30% of my job is plowing snow.
Yep.
And that's how these people are paid then?
That's how they're budgeted. They get paid by actually what they do.
Okay.
So if we budget a particular individual 100%, say street, his actual time and what he's doing is where this money eventually goes.
Okay.
But again, we budget in total. So we have, like 28 individuals out there, and we have, you know, times 2,080 hours, we have a total, and our totals add up when we run our report.
Adam, they're not paid different wages for what they do, correct?
No, they are not.
Okay, good.
No, they are not. I apologize, folks, because I did not catch that, and I understand Randy's question, and unfortunately, I'm not able to answer that at this time.
Adam, this is Alderman Nichols.
Yes, ma'am.
In looking in the FTEs from year to year,
It stays the same.
well, actually, there's a slight increase in the totals,
Yep.
but there is a lead position, which was 0 in 2020, and now projected to be 0.22.
Correct.
And then there's also a significant increase in truck driver. So I don't know if those slight changes might add up to something.
So,
Yeah, but
so
that's,
generally what we do is we adjust our percentages to hit our target dollar amount, if that makes sense. I have a spreadsheet and then everything's laid out, and we can adjust the percentages. And again, there is a check to that, the check and balance, that, you know, everything adds up to 100%, and we can adjust these individuals' percentages to get the dollar amount that we want. So we are looking for a dollar amount. So I apologize.
Adam,
it's probably an offset somewhere else.
this is Pam, and I noticed in your recycling solid waste, the wages and salaries from 19 to 20 were less. In yard waste, one of them was increased and one of them was less. So it just is probably a change from one of those other budgets, correct?
It could be, but to me, it seems significant. You know, we're looking at like a, you know, if the actual in 19 is 38,453 and we're budgeting, you know, 51,600, or, you know, that's to me is significant. So let me dig into that a little bit deeper. I apologize again. But anyways,
Thank you, Adam. I know this is stressful, and it is a COVID year, so we got it. All right. Thank you, Adam.
But there again, though, I expect that number to go down if we do move the drop site to Bucklands.
Understood. Thank you.
Again, recycling 204 to 205, recycling appliances. Again, the individual that is budgeted here is not carrying insurance, therefore it's reflected in the 2021 request. What I can share with you, and I'm sure Thad or Deputy Director Brown or Superintendent McDonald could share, is that this year, with all the activity going on out there, in many instances we're handling our appliances, you know, clearly more than once, or at least definitely spending additional time moving them from the current drop site all the way over to where we are, where we have our container by the salt shed. So we expect that to fall back back into a normal range. So that would be the conclusion of like the general fund and the recycle fund, those that do hit the tax levy.
So Adam, I'm sorry.
Yep.
One question again.
Yep.
So when I guess I just picked this out. So I look at the wages at 2019 was $5,000. And then at the year-end projection for 2020, it's 14,900.
Yep.
And then for 2021, it goes down to 7,500. It's
Yes.
going down because of Bucklands, or what's the deal?
No, there again, it's the individual that is now budgeted under this account. It is one of our newer employees, and we do have a step system out there, step program. So obviously, the individual that was budgeted under this recycling appliance account in 2020 is not the same individual that's being budgeted under 2021, more than likely, and that is demonstrated by the fact that the health insurance in 2020 was $31.93, and now in 21 is minimal. So,
Got it. Thank you. I understand that one. You did a
Got
good job with that one. Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
So our next slide is a summary of our sanitary sewer fund and our stormwater utility fund. What you can see there, just highlights, is that we're going down in both of them. The maintenance and construction on the sanitary sewer fund is in the 2020 budget. There was Abbey Avenue, which was a rather large amount, along with the Conservation North, which was in the budget, but seeing that's actually not in our sewer district, it shouldn't have been in there. So therefore, I think you'll see that that's the primary reason for the decrease in the maintenance and construction of our sanitary sewers. The treatment plant, I believe our loadings have been favorable, and they can figure those to continue. So our the budget that we received from this treatment plant is down by 21,000. Looking at the storm, this is a summary of the stormwater utility accounts. You'll notice under the street construction, a significant change. Street construction storm is generally curb and gutter. Again, in 2020, there is a rather large amount for Conservation North. Abbey Avenue, we had some rather large runs onto Pierce Street. As you'll see in the budget, we do have an extensive amount of curb and gutter on Baldwin Street, but not as significant as in 2020. And then the storm sewers and drains, we did have some funds in there in 2020 for, I think, the 9th Street Pond, which did not happen, and everything's going towards the underground at the Bryn site. So the following slides will sort of get into that in a little more detail here. We have the sewer utility fund. This would be pages 216 and 219. And this would be the sewer maintenance and construction. Engineering is about the same, but then we get into the construction and maintenance. We do have televised inspections up 5,000 to 35,000. Again, I'm sure Deputy Director Gordon can elaborate. I'm sure he's said it many, many times that we want to get ahead of our street projects. We want to make sure we know what we have underneath the roads as far as pipe condition. And this is something that we feel we need to do, is increase that.
Adam?
Go ahead. Yes.
Sorry. Question for you. When I'm looking at the engineering wages on 217, when I look at 2019, way down at the bottom, it says engineering costs, 152,000. And then when I look at 2020, it went up to 164. Then when I go to 2021, it's 174,000. What's been making that make that jump of over 22,000 in 2 years?
It would be the civil engineer position and the increase, I guess, in our deputy director of engineering as well. If you recall, the other night at a personnel committee, we are bringing on board our civil engineer at the top end of the scale. What you see there is the individual that Ms. Youngworth is replacing was part of the STEP program as well. So he had moved up considerably there. There was a shift too, if you look at 2019. Deputy Director Gordon's wages were wages and not salary, and we did make the switch there. And
Okay, I see that, Adam. When I add up go to 2019, I add up to 77 and 25, roughly come up to 102,000. And then I go to 2020 with the 61 and the 45, I come up to about 106. And then now when I go to 65 and 49 for the current whatever budget, 114. So it jumped up relatively $12,000 in 2 years. Okay. I got that. So, all right. Thank you. I got a couple questions for Corey, but go ahead with your explanations. You're doing good.
So if you look at the 2020 budget, in the wages and salary there, compared to 2021, I come up with only I guess I didn't do good math here.
106.
It's about 5,000 difference.
Right, yes.
Yeah, I'm taking the 61 and 45. I
Yep.
wasn't worrying about the hundreds.
Got it. So there again, this program that we use, the wage is projected. We just look at changing splits, and nothing should have changed other than I know that the civil engineer was due for a step increase, and now that we are, and some of those step increases are more than say 3%. They're like 5%. So in addition to whatever cost of living increase we get. So if somebody is on that step program, there can be a significant jump.
Holy balls. Okay.
Continuing down, I guess, 2102 engineering, we talked about the televising. We'll make mention of the industrial monitoring. There's 30,000 in addition to that number isn't strictly Ruckert and Milky. It is also our testing company. What they do for our industrial monitoring, they do go out and sample the sewage for these industries to provide us with valuable data to be able to equitably charge out for their contribution to our sewage. It's not just based on water, it's also based on loadings, BOD, and solids. So there's hotline portion of that comes out of here as well. Then we slide down to 2404 specialized equipment. We're looking to rebuild a pump at the Perry Street lift station. 2405 small projects. What we did here is that you'll notice that we shifted some items up from the construction. We did that based on the fact that a lot of these are smaller type projects, even though it's a rather large number down below, more so maintenance than actually improvements. So we shifted those up. But what we have there is our I&I home grant program, and then lateral repairs for reconstruction. Those are the biggies. And then just so I'll make mention of this, that we've had some discussions internally, and I think you'll hear more about our sanitary sewers, the laterals on street projects. We do want to take a closer look at our current ordinance and our current process because we've run into a few instances now where we have some issues on streets that we have just paved or recently paved, and and we want to make sure that that doesn't happen in the future. Vehicle rental, we've made a committed, concerted effort to maintain and clean our sanitary lines. We are obviously going to spend more time on some of our bigger lines. The interceptors that we just took ownership of, and we felt it was prudent to increase the cost of the vehicle rental. And then in our construction 8202, we have the Melissa Street relining. That's something that we did make mention of and had hoped to take care of a section of the Melissa Street this past year. Obviously, with losing our civil engineer and being shorthanded and everything else that went on this year, that's something that's going to be brought forward. And then we wanted to make sure that we set aside some money for our street project portion. Again, like I had mentioned, you will hear from us in the future in regards to that. Pages 223 and 224, we get into the storm side of things. This would be the storm engineering. Things that we wanted to point out there is that they are going to be paying a share of some computers. We're getting 3 new ones in the engineering department. You're looking at about $1350 for that. And then for Alderman Rapala's question in regards to the sanitary sewer wages for engineering, it looks like it is similar as far as the increase from 2020 to 21 for the engineering wages as well. Tools and equipment, we want to point out that when we do our surveying, we do have GPS equipment that enables us to very accurately locate or be able to download certain points. That equipment is getting old and is in need of upgrading. So we're looking at about 7,500 would be some of the storm's share in that equipment. Moving on to storm street construction, pages 224 through 226. Again, this would be curb and gutter. Just we're looking at similar, nothing significant other than you will see that the construction side of things is only $82.50 versus the previous year was we budgeted like $293. We do want to we've been looking to let's just go back up real quick. Supplies, concrete supplies, $17,750, and stone crushing. We're looking to increase the amount of crushing that we do. It is much cheaper for us to crush our recycled concrete and asphalt and utilize it for our projects. So, questions here?
Adam.
Go ahead.
Thank you. A couple questions actually for you or Corey. First off, Corey, somewhere in the budget, did you put down for adding some grass and those native plants to those ponds out by Lake Park?
The Lake Park ponds, no, Alderman Rapala, there is something coming up, kind of the first phase of that Nature's Way. I believe that's the one we talked about. I do not recall you talking. You wanted native plants similar to the pond out by Lake Park is what we had talked about. And we have some money. It's coming up yet. And it's a different account, but it's in the stormwater account. Yes.
Okay. And then you were going to have out by Lake Park, you're going to have them burn the grass.
I did actually, Yep, I did actually see a pond here recently that was burned in the fall, and I reached out to the consultant yesterday, just asking about burning the pond. His response was, it is okay to do it in the fall, but it's better to do it in the spring. So we are shooting to do it in the spring this next year. It's
Okay.
just, it's kind of a timing thing with that. So.
Understood. And then over where we're building the new Lake Park apartments and condos, adding some trees and then taking that parking lot and changing it from stone to dirt. Is that somewhere taken care of in our budget?
Yes, there is some money further down the line for there's actually a trail that we're going to be putting in on the east side of the ditch there by the apartments. The stone that's on that gravel lot will be going to that trail, and then the dirt from the trail will be going to that lot. Rather than strip it all, haul it to the pit, we're leaving it there, and we'll move it 100 feet rather than 5 miles.
That's good. One more question, Corey. Thank you. And maybe you answered it already, but the trail behind Stanky's house, you guys are planning. I was going to walk there today, but a city official called me and I couldn't get him off the phone, and so I couldn't take my walk today. And so, are you planting some trees or some shrubbery or something behind like Stanky's house and along the trail there?
That's been done already.
It has been done. I will go down the trail in the next couple of days, but
I believe
what's
it's
my
been
plan
done. I'm
today?
pretty sure it's been done. Yes.
Yes, it
Okay.
has.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen. Keep up the good work.
Next, storm street cleanings or street sweeping operations. That's under pages 225 and 228. No significant change there. Again, our service level, what we have budgeted is to meet the stormwater best management practices that we have on our stormwater management plan.
Adam, question,
Yes.
please. Is this the guy in the street sweeper? Is he going around as much as he did in previous years? Just my neighbor had mentioned to going, boy, the guy used to be around here a whole lot more than he has been. Is that yes or no, or maybe we're just missing him?
Yes, we've had the street sweeper out just as much as we had in the previous years.
Okay, thank you, Thad.
Welcome.
Does the street sweeper, does he start after 2 in the morning when the cars are off the street, or is he just working a 7 to 3 shift?
It all depends. Sometimes we have them coming at midnight. Sometimes we have them coming in at 4. Depends on what we're seeing out there at the time. The next day we might come in a little earlier so we can hit the spots that we have multiple cars parked on roads. But yes, we do come back and get them.
Okay, Randy, you have to get up at 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning now. Thank you.
All right. Never too early for me, James.
Then on page 228, storm and snow ice removal. This was under the storm is for removal efforts. There again, I know that we've spent a little more time downtown, but all in all, we found then that we feel the need to increase the vehicle rental, primarily because of the type of equipment that we're using. Thad?
Yes, with the direction from the council from previous years with the 6-inch snow removal on Main Street has been adding to our wages and our vehicle equipment usage.
So when we get to some of what Alderman Rapala was looking at or questioning on pages 227 through 230 would be our storm. This would be the storm pipes, the inlets, and our stormwater ponds. Obviously, a portion of Digger's Hotline. We're looking again to increase the sewer televising, and sometimes they do the cleaning for themselves ahead of the televising. We're looking to increase it by about $10,000. Under the 2405 small projects, under the small projects, you're going to see the rear lot drainage program, which still gets used a fair amount. We have some miscellaneous repairs that come up from time to time. And then this would be that phase 1 of Nature's Way Pond rehabilitation that Deputy Director Gordon was just talking about. On the construction line item, this Broad Street pipe bursting, again, you've seen that many times. We got a little further along, and we have to deal with, work with, in conjunction with the railroad. So we were getting close to, I would say, maybe being able to get that bid out, and our civil engineer, Mr. Garrett's, moved on, and that project's been sort of sitting for now. But we did find out that our cost, I think we had $35,000 originally budgeted for that. Is going to be closer to $55,000 to make that repair underneath the railroad tracks. And then I see Deputy Director Gordon, you got your mic on?
Yes, something to add with the Broad Street. It's railroad permits. That's kind of, we're waiting for railroad permits and review on that right at the moment.
Corey, I have one question, Corey, please. Thank you. That Nature's Way pond rehab, there's that pond behind Ed's Boat Sales right there. Corey, is that the pond that you're going to spend $1,000 on?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So then we have Baldwin Street storm-related project. There is some storm pipe similar to what we did on the east side, on the west side, coming down Baldwin Street to take a good portion of the new public works facility stormwater and treat it by getting it on the other side of the other side of Plank Road. And we've been working on the Lake Park Villa Pond rehabilitation, and this would be the upper bridge dam spillway structure that's failing. And again, this is a project that we've been looking at, working towards. I think we have a set of plans ready to go. It's just a matter of having time to actually get it out the door and get it on our schedule. But the chances are that will probably happen. The expense won't happen until next year. And then Deputy Director Gordon can explain what he's looking to do on Winnipeg.
There is a ditch that runs behind some of the properties, kind of down, takes some water from the north. The ditch is starting to erode out, and it's working into some properties there. There's been some complaints, working with a couple homeowners. Just want to kind of stabilize that corner in the ditch, just prevent further erosion.
Corey, I'm bad. Where's Winnipeg Street?
It's by Tahoe Court. It comes off of Lake Park, Alderman Rapala, and it's
good enough. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Okay.
Moving on. Storm yard waste, this would be the pages 229 and 230. This would be the other, well, the 56% of overall yard waste costs. Obviously, what I find in regards to the wages on the recycling, yard waste will impact the stormwater end of it as well. Again, what you see here budget-wise does reflect the drop site at the Public Works facility, and by moving it over to Bucklands, we're looking at about reducing the stormwater budget by about $8,100 if that change gets approved. Then we get to the city garage fund. This would be the Public Works facility, which is the maintenance shop, and all the activities around the complex itself. And then it's made up of the street equipment replacement fund. You see what the budget there was about 1.6 in 2020, 1.614, and we're looking at about 1.671. We're looking at an increase of about 3.5%. Of that Public Works facility, you'll see on the next slide that a good portion of that is in the 8005 other equipment. Again, I'm very confident that in the course of this, the project, the construction project, we've committed a certain amount of funds out of our equipment replacement fund for some of the equipment out there, and towards the, some of the equipment that falls under the construction of the facility. But again, I think that again, I knock on wood almost every day that I believe we're going to come in under budget. And I think that we wanted to put some money in here for our parts and pallet racking to ensure that when we walk in that door come hopefully February, maybe even January, that we have what we need in place there. So that makes up a large portion of that increase on the operations side of things. And then the second part of the Public Works or the city garage fund would be the street equipment, and you'll find that on page 245. And those are the items there that make up the amount. We're looking at a rear load refuse truck at about $215. We have a 1997, I believe it's a Ford or New Holland, it's blue tractor that's been around for quite a while. I'm sure you've seen it out on our trails in the wintertime with the broom. We're looking to replace number 9, which is right now is sort of like a utility truck with a crane on the back. And we believe that we can get by with a pickup truck. And then there's a couple of these white trucks, engineering 3 and engineering 13 that we're looking to replace. And then the health environmental truck that Mr. Todd Drew uses, 2015. And again, we've made that commitment when we approved the Public Works facility project to utilize $150,000 from 2021 equipment replacement fund to be able to pay for some of the equipment, which would be like the maintenance shop equipment that's going in here in the next week or so, which would be a vehicle lift and our bulk fluids system. It'll help pay for the fueling station and the fueling island and the canopy that's out there. So that's what that 150 is going to help pay for.
Adam,
Yes, sir.
you have all these listed from 1004 to 2015. Are these to be paid through the equipment replacement fund then?
Correct.
Or-
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So none of these, including the 150, is on the levy?
Not directly. Yes, correct.
All right. Thank you.
They, just so everyone's aware, they do hit the levy under the 2905.
I realize that.
Yep.
Yep.
Perfect. Perfect.
So Adam,
Yes, sir.
that rear load refuse truck, those were like the old garbage trucks that you guys have been using to
Correct.
pick up like couches and stuff like that, right?
Correct. Correct.
So
Just
now
to get
you're
rid
going to, you don't have an old garbage truck anymore or whatever. It's getting too old. So now you're going to actually have a new garbage truck to pick up like the couches and whatnot.
bulky items, correct. Just so
Correct.
everyone's aware, there was this plan. The thought was with these front load garbage trucks, refuse trucks, that they'd have enough, the hopper size would be big enough and the compaction would be there in which we could handle our bulky items with those trucks, meaning we would never need another rear load garbage truck. We did spend the money, we did it in-house, so it wasn't like we went out and bought it. We did fabricate up a hopper with a slide door or a swing door so that we could load these items in. And we did try it and it did not work out very well. So it's quite obvious we do need a rear load garbage truck yet, so.
Hey, Adam.
Yes.
Did we convert a garbage truck to a leaf collection system?
Not one of our own yet, but if you recall, if the council recalls last year, I think it was last year, we purchased a side load automated truck, a used one, with the intent based upon its age to space out our refuse collection vehicle replacement to about every other year, get us on a schedule, get us on a cycle, and then that vehicle will then eventually here, once it gets to a point where it's costing us more than we'd like to have it be running every day, to become another or replace our original leaf collection, automated leaf collection truck. So so that's what's out there. But we have two of the automated leaf collection vehicles that were refuse trucks, but both of those were used vehicles that we purchased.
Okay. And the 3 pickup trucks, do you know what the mileage on those might be?
I don't have it offhand, and if I were to pull it up, then I'd lose my slide, but I can certainly see, and I need to follow up with, no, I will get that. It might actually be in the CIP portion back further. I know at one point we provided the complete list, and in there we did have the mileages updated, but I do not see that. It's probably been a few years since we've done that. But
Okay.
obviously I need to follow up. I will get that for you.
Okay, I've asked the police department the same questions. Thank you.
No, fully understandable.
So Adam, so
Yes.
like where it says a 2008 pickup truck, we're gonna buy a 2020 pickup truck and replace the 2008?
Correct. It'll probably be a 21. So say 2015 is a 2008. I'm sure we purchased it in 2007. So it's obviously, you know, we got a number of years on it, and
Sure.
I know that it's been in the shop quite a bit, and we've been providing Todd with another vehicle from time to time. So
Which is the truck that we went down to Texas to get?
that would be our
Sanitation 3, Adam.
Sandy 3. There you go. That's the one that had the Heil advertising on the side of the body that was running around for a month or two before we peeled it off. Might have been longer than that, but it's white.
Okay, all right. Thank
Adam, I
you.
have the mileage here for Alderman Taylor if you want some.
Fire away.
So vehicle number 9 has 50,400 on it. $2003, the mileage on that is 88,200. $2013, the mileage is 40,300. 2015 is 64,300.
Thad?
Go ahead.
Sound like kind of
Thank you.
new vehicles to me.
Well, I mean, I know there's at least one alderman that's probably got a couple vehicles that's got 200,000 miles on them. And these almost seem like relatively brand new vehicles.
So part of the reason why I chose, or we chose these vehicles was some of the comments that was made previously on the council on the rusty doors and the rocker panels and stuff like that driving down the street, looking respectable, we would like to be. And that's the reason some of these were picked.
Okay, no, I understand that, but holy cow. When you look at those vehicles, I thought they'd have 200,000-300,000 miles on them for as bad as they looked. But
so one thing that we started doing is we're actually sliming all the rocker panels, the door panels and everything on the brand new trucks that we've been getting. I've been doing this to my vehicles. I had a 98 I didn't have a spot of rust on that when I got rid of it. And now the vehicle I drive today is a 2011. And I actually just, well, I didn't. I had somebody driving my vehicle, a deer ran into it and wiped out the whole driver's side of my truck, and we had to cut panels off and replace. And there was not a speck of rust on the inside of this vehicle because of the slime that I had put in these door panels. So it does work, and we're hoping that these vehicles will last longer and look a lot better in the future from doing this.
okay, thank you very much.
I just want to make mention, I know like the 2003 vehicle, that truck's been in the shop a number of times. I believe all of the gas lines have been replaced on that vehicle, all of the brake lines. So there are other things besides just the appearance or potentially the mileage on some of these vehicles that are significant maintenance costs with them also.
And just to piggyback what Deputy Director Gordon said is that our fleet maintenance software does provide us with these cost breakdowns, and that's also used to, I guess, help us, guide us in selecting the vehicles that need to be replaced. So many of these cost per mile, and granted, I think how we use these vehicles would be, maybe different than somebody, on a personal side, because they just drive to a location and back to the garage, and in many instances that they never get out of the city. They never, go more than 5 miles away.
To piggyback on Adam, also, I know with some of our larger trucks, our dump trucks, maybe even some of our garbage trucks, rather than a mileage warranty on those vehicles, because what they are and who's using them, they're equated more to an hour usage, and then there's an equation that converts it to a mileage type thing. So instead of, say, a dump truck having a 100,000 mile warranty, it might be coming out of warranty at 20 or 25,000 miles because of the hours that are on that vehicle. It's not just strictly miles. That's how some of the heavy duty trucks are.
Moving on.
Adam,
Well, one last thing, Adam. I'm not complaining about, I think the trucks need to be replaced, but holy cow, maybe we need to wax them or something, but eliminate some of the rust, as Thad was mentioning. So now hopefully since we can wash the trucks and get the salt off and whatever, maybe they'll last a little bit longer.
Sure.
Thank you.
Alderman Taylor.
Adam, will these be put into the spring municipal auction?
We don't do a spring municipal auction anymore. What we do is we use Wisconsin Surplus Online, and we've used GovLoop or GovNet for our bigger trucks. And we and the utilities, we help the utilities list their items, their vehicles, and other equipment. But those are auctioned off, and I think that I can't speak as to last year, but I know the previous years, I think we were kind of surprised at the amount of money, the value that what we were getting in return for what we were selling. So.
Well, I'm glad that we're moving forward with that slime injection program in our vehicles, because it sure pays off. And Detroit builds them so they rust out, and if we can inject them with this product, we'll get a lot more miles out of the rocker panels and the quarter panels on those vehicles. Thank you.
All right, a few more slides here. Capital Improvement Fund, page 280. This would be the general obligation debt projects. Deputy Director Gordon's going to share some information with you guys in a few minutes in regards to that, just so that in regards to what we want to do with our I guess our street selection process and potential funding, but that's for another night. But we will get through this here shortly or quickly here. Right now, what we have in our budget is Lisbon Avenue from Taco to Pacific. That's been in the book and it got bounced out last year. A Street, same thing. We're going to do Milwaukee to Pier Street. We're going to do Milwaukee Street from 7th to 9th. Seeing we're right there on 8th. We put money in the budget for Appleton Street, and this would be from 3rd Street to 4th Street. And our intent was to perhaps be able to get in there if we were to lose our closure case with the railroad, and while we could access it from both sides and try and get that street in a situation that we don't have to worry about it for a number of years. And the reason it ended up on our radar is that the water department, which they factor into our selection process, has some work that they need to do over there. So that's why we selected that block of Appleton Street. And as many of you are aware, that we did lose and that crossing or that street will be closed. So we have our work ahead of us here to try and figure something out there. Then we have Southfield Avenue. This is a mill and overlay, and we're going from Manitowoc all the way to Midway Road.
Southfield Drive.
Southfield Drive, yes. Oh,
Sorry, Adam.
absolutely. I didn't even notice that. I read it that way though. Then we have Jefferson Street. That's a rehabilitation from De Pere to Appleton Road. And then we have Baldwin Street, which is reconstruction from 4th Street to Plank Road. Also in there is the Racine Street project, design only, and that would be the LRP grant that we were awarded for Racine Street from 3rd to 9th Street. That's scheduled for currently 2020. We're hoping 2024. That's our goal. That's what we're pushing for. We did select a consultant, and we've begun the process of working towards getting a design on Racine Street. Questions? All right. Additionally, we have some. Go ahead.
I just, you look at Southfield, it's 25 years old, our new subdivisions out there, and here we're already doing a mill overlay, and I looked at a couple of the streets out there, a couple of the cul-de-sacs, and if we put in concrete like Appleton does, and these residents in the new subdivisions pay for it the first time, so we're off the hook on it, and it lasts for 50 years, and we put this blacktop in these new subdivisions, and it just doesn't last, especially with our plows coming in on some of those tight turns, and some of those streets out there are really scuffed up, and they look like they're 40 years old. And I am a fan of, and the people out there want it too. They don't want the blacktop. And on these new subdivisions, we gotta change over to concrete, and we'll save a lot of money in the long run. And the residents pay for it the first time, so, and that's what they want. Thank you.
All right, we can talk more about that. And again, Deputy Director Gordon's going to go into a little more. I know we've spent an awful lot of time on this tonight, but so far on this budget, but we do want to point out a few things, and we figured that Southfield Drive would be a topic of discussion. So anyways, we also have the sidewalk on Midway Road. A gap out there. We're looking to assess that. We wanted to point that out. And then obviously we have the 30,000 that we'd mentioned in regards to our sidewalk replacement program. And then we want to point out that our salt shed roof, we're looking to replace it. We've had a number of tears. We have a number of tears, and we're to a point where we believe, and it's been recommended that we look to replace that. So we want to set aside some funds for that.
Adam?
Yes, sir.
What is the new guarantee on the new salt roof?
I do not know off the top of my head. I still have my note here from you and I had talked. I don't know if Deputy Director Brown or Superintendent McDonald has any information at this point in time.
Or would we be served better to make some sort of a permanent roof on that building?
We did not get any warranty on that yet. We just got pricing for what it was gonna cost as a budgetary number. The one that we have right now, I believe, Adam, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 15, 16 years old.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So we certainly will look at it. We'll look at options. I know that, again, like I had alluded, I have had a previous conversation with one of the aldermen, and I did spend a little bit of time, but before we actually spend any funds, we will certainly make sure that, we will certainly compare options, what's available to us, other types of fabric. I'm not quite sure what our, options as far as something other than a fabric roof on what we have there, because it's not a traditional, I guess, building. It's concrete walls that are pieces, sections, and then there's a framework, a metal framework over the top of it. I don't know if it could support the weight of some sort of other roofing system, but those are things that we will look at. But we do need to do something. We do need to address that here in the very near future. So we wanted to put some funding in the budget.
And let us know if there's a warranty on that too. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Corey, 2 questions for you. First, just James piqued my interest here. 80 feet of concrete versus 80 feet of blacktop to do like the road in front of a house. How much roughly do each of them cost? You have a
This is strictly ballpark, so don't hold me to this. I want to say when we did Province Terrace, you're looking at assessments of the 120 to 150 per running foot. And on an asphalt street, you're looking at 75 to 90 type range. That the intent with we'll talk about here shortly, but going forward with some of the stuff that we intend on trying to bring to the council early 2021, we can definitely life cycle analysis, cost analysis, the difference between a concrete and asphalt road to answer both of your questions.
That'd be great. I got one more question, Corey. That retention pond on the end of 9th Street by the boat landing, what's the status of that? Is that in the works, or what's the deal?
I believe right now the 9th Street is that got pushed back with the Bryn, so it's in a year or two.
22, I believe. And then what we're looking for is there's a grant, I believe, that we're going to try and apply for. We want to try and get on a cycle. We looked at the grant for the Bryn site. However, there were too many, I don't want to say unknowns. The word escapes me that we, timing wise too, is one of them that we didn't look at that. So we're looking at a project like every other year in the stormwater utility fund, and then try and take advantage of some grants that will be available as we had outlined in the financials for the stormwater here rate increase that we brought forward here recently. So, but I believe
Thank you very much, Adam and Corey.
Yep. All right, so then the next slide is TIF District 10. I made mention of it before. If you looked at the previous year, and if you look at it in the CIP, we pushed it out a year. We'll discuss that next year, whether we look to replace with new or if we look to do something different. And then on pages 303 and 304, we got TIF 12. You did not notice it on the previous slides, but Lake Park Villas street reconstruction, that is going to be funded out of the TIF, which became available when we were able to sort of review the TIF, and again, the word escapes me what we did to extend that out, and now that street construction is going to come out of TIF 12. And then Highway 114 trail connection, there's $10,000. That is the funding that Deputy Director Gordon had referenced in regards to the gravel and that's out there in the trail connection that we're looking to make.
Adam,
Yes,
sorry. So we're redoing Villa Way?
A portion of it, not what was
Is that
just
the one
recently
where all
done.
those manhole covers are sticking up?
You bet.
Well, that's a terrible road. I drove on it a couple days ago. Perhaps I was making sure I didn't hit the manhole covers.
And we're going to remedy that.
I hope so. Those things are bare. Those are hitting landmines.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll try and make this real quick here. These last couple slides, as I alluded to it, that Deputy Director Gordon and I have talked quite a bit about our street selection process, where we've been, where we want to go. We did consult with an outside consultant, somebody whose primary responsibility is public works, asset infrastructure management, asset management for public works. And we picked his brain and he shared some ideas, thoughts, and it's got us thinking, and we really want to come up with something here. So I'll take it away, Corey.
I know I was fielded a couple questions regards to why or how we decided streets. So this is what we're trying to set up going forward, so that we have kind of a policy, and we can adjust and things of that nature. But there's a rhyme and reason why we're doing it. So kind of in the past, there was no clear policy or plan to guide this selection process. Primarily, we based it off of a PASER rating system. That's how we rate our streets for the state. Generally, this becomes a more costly type process. We're letting streets get to the point where they can't be, I don't want to use the word salvage, but life extended with a mill and overlay. If you let them get too far, a mill and overlay becomes not the right option to rehab that street. Going forward, what we're looking to do is we're looking to establish a policy to manage our roadways. So what we're looking to do, streets are rated or classified through arterials, collectors, and secondary type streets. We're looking to establish a funding level. With this, what we're looking to do is not every classification is going to be treated the same. We're going to look to try to fund our arterials and our collectors with a percentage of the budget, and we're looking to fund the secondary streets with a different percentage of the budget. Take into utility considerations. Sometimes in the past, we haven't had the best coordination utility-wise. We're looking to improve on that. We're also looking to increase planned maintenance, things crack sealing, small street patches, similar, Adam mentioned Marquette earlier on. 9th Street's one, the concrete section of 9th Street's one that's kind of on in the back of my mind. I would like to go in there and do some panel replacements and potentially extend the life of that road, give it a little better ride. Areas that are failing, those areas don't just keep growing. So do some of that. The other thing we're going to look at is inconvenience to the public. So obviously this last summer we did a little bit of Racine Street. We did a big portion of 9th Street. Racine Street, obviously very little. There was inconvenience, but fairly minor. We didn't shut the street down. We left live traffic on the street. We were able to come in there. We paved it. 9th Street, somewhat similar. Obviously, in a handful of years, when we come in and we do Racine Street, there's going to be significant inconvenience. So your major arterials and your collectors, those are going to have your higher volumes of traffic. So we're trying to take into consideration the inconvenience, extend the life of that pavement a little bit more, similar to what we did with 9th Street in the asphalt section that we did Clovis Grove area. Look at the alternate funding options. I believe Mrs. Bill Taylor mentioned something in regards to this. So we'll be bringing some information forward. Different types of wheel tax, utility, things of that nature that might open the door to shift some of that money or supplement some of that money with that stuff. We see the need to manage the entire road system, utilize available funding more efficiently. A couple of years ago, we milled and overlaid Apple Court. Cost us about $18,000 to do that. A mill and overlay is roughly a 20-year life. There's 51 vehicles, average daily traffic. That comes out to over the life of that street, you're looking at $48.91 per 1,000 vehicles. That's what it costs us to do that mill and overlay. 8th Street, this next year, we're looking to do a pulverize and repave on that street. We're thinking that that's going to get us in a 30-year life. Hopefully, we can extend that out a little better with the improved crack sealing that we're doing. That's roughly an 1,800 ADT. You're looking at a cost of about $1065 per 1,000. 9th Street that we just did this last year, we stuck in $125,000 on that. We're looking at that being a 20-year life. There's 3,800 vehicles on that. We're cutting that cost down to $4.62 per 1,000 vehicles. So rather than take a street like an Apple Court, very small vehicles, becomes a very high cost per vehicle to repave that street. Where 9th Street, that's a street that lots of people are driving. It's kind of it's a collector street. It's what the Apple Courts and things are leading into. So we want to try to utilize some of that money and keep those costs, keep the inconvenience down on streets like 9th Street, but extend that life out for that additional time. So more efficient funds there. Try to invest some funds again back into the rehab, the reconstruction, or delay that, increase the crack filling. Right now we're trying to get on the 2-year cycle. Every other year we're crack sealing streets until they get to a certain point, and then we'll evaluate what we need to do with pavement and repaving and things of that nature. The goal is to try to do more pavement sections kind of on an off year of the crack seal, so that we can do some of that work with our own personnel, our own staff, things that we already have. Go in, repair bad asphalt sections on certain streets, prevent them from growing bigger, but also improve that ride in some areas, some instances. Utilize mill and overlay, and that's what we're looking to do with Southfield. Southfield's getting to be that 20-year range, same as some of the other streets in the area, but those streets all lead into Southfield. So again, back up to similar instance of 9th Street and Apple Court, the significant difference cost per 1,000 vehicles. So the other courts and things in that Southfield area, we we'd look to leave those go a few more years. And then eventually when we get there, we're going to do a pulverize and repave type thing. Try to maintain patches maybe a little better on there. You know, so that's what we're looking to try and set up. Hopefully here early next year, we can kind of wrap more of this in together and bring something forward, and hopefully be able to, you know, kind of establish a policy that we want to go with. Any questions on that?
Sounds
All
like
right.
good planning.
Good. All right, so if no one has any other questions, just to be, rest assured, I will follow up with you guys in regards to situation in regards to the wages there on the yard waste before we approve any sort of budget. So, all right.
Adam,
Yep.
I had one question, Adam.
Yep.
Main Kakana and Taco, that intersection looks horrible. I know it's a state 114, but is there any talk on, I mean, I brought this up back with the guy that was there before you.
Yep.
And so what are we looking at with that?
Well, unfortunately, and this was one of the I guess items, one of the many things that Deputy Director Gordon and I had talked about as far as not letting the pavement get to that point, because we did reach out to the DOT and they're not planning on any activities for quite some time. And their response is that's part of the state aid that they provide us, is to maintain that until their next scheduled maintenance activity. So nothing in the near future other than things that we may want to do, like we did, I think it was last year up by Third and Taco, Third and Taco, from Third to Second. We did some panel replacement there. So this is something that we will obviously have to take a look at. Maybe Deputy Director Gordon can share. I don't recall the time frame, but I don't think they were planning on doing anything in the near future.
Okay. I think the mayor and I were talking about with the new administration in Washington, there could be, and their big push is infrastructure and to create jobs and things. So there might be some opportunities coming with some sort of mayor type of dollars were those for infrastructure and things, if they would activate something like we get on
Stimulus.
back with stimulus money. Thank you. So we should be thinking ahead, and the first skin on those projects, get the dollars in, like we got a Manitowoc Road out there to get that done back under the Obama administration. So we should have a plan on the shelf ready to pull the trigger on something like that if it happens. Thank you.
And a fire station.
Yes.
Fire station, yes.
And that's building off of Alderman Taylor there. That's why I've been pushing with our utilities and things of that nature, getting ahead on storm sewer televising, getting ahead on sanitary televising, knowing what's underneath those roads and pushing that. And that's why you've seen those small increases in the sanitary and storm sewer televising, so that we can get that stuff out there. And the goal in the department in engineering is we have a 5-year CIP. I would like to see 4 to 5 years of construction plans 90% complete, so that we have that idea of what's out there, and then when we have opportunities to come in and do certain things, we can do that. I don't want to say that Taco Street wouldn't or couldn't be considered for that type of a stimulus, Alderman Taylor. but because it's a connecting highway, I don't know specifically how that would work in if they would consider it because it is a connecting highway type system. It would have to probably be a DOT let type contract, but it's definitely something we can keep in mind as different things come available.
Well, I think there's some danger in that intersection with the small motorcycles that will get their wheels caught in those expansion cracks. And so I'm just bringing this up that, you know, I know you guys are good about that. When we say something, you guys, we don't push it, but you guys keep it in the back of your minds, and maybe we could do, you know, a quarter of it here and a quarter of it there. And also, with the stimulus money, I was going to say something. I'll pass on this now.
Just to follow up on your comment, Alderman Taylor, I did have that conversation with the majority of our department heads to be putting some projects together that might be eligible for federal funding, whether it be capital works projects or other projects within their departments. So we've had those discussions, I think, with almost all the department heads already.
Yes.
Correct.
Excellent. So I hope that everybody puts some plans together and keep it on the shelf, because last time it was first in, got served first. So, and then the dollars ran out quick. So it's a good opportunity if it happens. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Sorry it took so long.
Oh, Adam or Corey or Adam, are you still there?
Yep.
With the Racine Street rehab coming in 2024, 2025, whatever, it would definitely, I think, serve the community well to get those utilities underground. We have a beautiful high school. We have a beautiful commercial boys and girls club, and it'd be nice to get those utilities underground and put in some nice sort of lamp or some sort of lighting that's a little bit different than the Cobra heads up on the large telephone poles. So just a thought on that. I know it's not your department, but
that is part of the process, or that is being proposed as part of the project. To get the power underground and then more decorative type lighting. Alderman Taylor.
You were breaking up most of the time there, Corey, so I didn't pick up quite a bit of that.
So part of the lighting, the decorative lighting, is part of the project, and then it is being proposed right now to get the Menasha utilities underground also.
Okay, thank you.
And Alderman Taylor, I did have that conversation with the utilities as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I know Sandra's been pushing that for a while too, so.
That doesn't necessarily mean that it will happen, but they are going to look at it. It is quite expensive to do that, and the number of services that would have to be placed as well, and the number of transformers. So, but it is something that we do want to look at to see the cost benefit of that.
Well, I think we made a huge mistake on 3rd Street, which with all the large power poles, the utility did, and they could have followed the right of way of the railroad, and they didn't. And that just looks like an industrial corridor. And I think with the Racine Street corridor, we could make it look much more inviting for our community.
I don't disagree with you. It just all comes at a cost. So we need to bring that. We'll bring that back to the council at some point regarding the cost, as well as to the utility commission.
Thank you.
I have a question for Director Alex or Deputy Director Gordon. There was just mention of having shovel-ready projects for to be prepared for the possibility of stimulus funds coming forward. So what kind of projects are you contemplating for that? Whether they're things that can be taken off the shelf or they might be new things?
Well, I know that we had talked about the Water Street corridor. That was one of the things that we applied for grant funds here recently. that didn't work out for us. And to be honest with you, I haven't given it a whole lot more thought other than that at this point in time, but that is obviously on our radar here soon.
Where are we with the renewable energy for the Public Works facility?
Where we're at there is WPPI has opened up another grant cycle. The applications due shortly after the first of the year. I have looked at that a little bit. I've actually dug out we applied like 2 years ago when we were awarded the project. However, we had to give it up because obviously we were like a year later on the construction of Public Works facility at that time. So we'd like to think, and then this year we looked at it again, just so you're aware, and the funding level changed to the point where it just didn't make sense financially to pursue it. Again, we're hoping that the numbers will bear out that it makes more sense this time around, but we certainly intend to apply. And there again, that is something that perhaps if some stimulus money were to come available, if it would qualify, that's something that we could readily get out the door as well. Yes.
I think I have a hunch there will be lots of money available for such projects, whether it's the Public Works facility or other facilities here in Menasha. I think we should keep our eyes open for money to help us move towards a green fleet. So with those new purchases that are contemplated in this budget, keeping our eyes open for that. And as we go ahead, I think Water Street is still on the table. And as we look to the Parks and Rec budget, I think anything to do with Jefferson Park, especially a pool or any other open spaces in the city, would definitely be something to have ready.
And then if I may, in regards to the green fleet, in the new facility, we did pipe and wire some infrastructure for vehicle charging stations within the building, as at some point we fully expect to have an electric vehicle or vehicles or hybrids, and we did, I guess, plan ahead in a couple areas within the vehicle storage for being able to charge electric vehicles overnight. So
I'm really glad you brought that up, because I think planning for electric charging stations around Menasha would be a good thing to do as well.
Does anyone else have questions for Director Alex? If they don't, you can move on to the Park and Rec budget. Director Sackett is here and a few others from the parks. I do have you set up to share your screen. There we go.
Mayor, does the director have a camera?
You won't be able to see her with her presentation up, I don't believe.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I will start here with an overview of really what we accomplished in 2020. Despite the pandemic, a lot of our projects and things move forward. So I'll continue to walk through the different departments underneath the Park and Rec department. Again, as Adam said before, feel free to stop me if you have any questions on what was completed or any particular topic. So a big one for us was initiating the Jefferson Park vision plan. So different components of that were the parking lot near the Jefferson Park School, the removal of the West Diamond in preparation for that new playground that is phased for 2021, adding those two half basketball courts that you see in the picture here to the left, and those have been widely popular here. And then starting this week, we've had the installation of the gateway features at the 3rd and Conomac entrance and the Cargus Drive entrance. So those are going up this week, and you'll see them if all weather holds out. They should be accomplished by next week. We also regraded and seeded a section of Shepherd and Smith Parks to improve drainage. We installed playground equipment at Clovis Grove Park, along with a port-in-place surfacing to improve accessibility beneath the playground. And you see that in the picture there on the bottom right. So that port-in-place surface really improves that accessible component for people of all abilities to be able to access the equipment. Wood chips are great, but limit access. And then we also repaired the Gilbert Trail Shelter and Foundation along the shoreline there. On the recreation side of things, we definitely had some staffing changes. I initially in 2020 transitioned from the recreation supervisor position into the recreation senior services manager position, and worked cooperatively with the health department underneath the senior center operations. And then obviously we had the retirement of Brian in the director role for which he's been with the department for 30 years. So definitely a large hole to fill there. One of the goals of our department was to increase some of our communications to the public about what happens, and you'll continue to see that in 2021 as well. One component of that was establishing an Instagram page to better connect. Social media is a huge component that people use regularly to connect. And so we've established that, and you've seen growth in our communications on our Facebook page. And we hope to broaden that this year and to include a little bit more forestry and parks in that communication, that it's not all just recreation and pool. We've also created and distributed a sponsorship brochure. We want to increase awareness of what's happening to our business and organizations, but also seek their support in some of our events. So we did that later this fall. And then also increased our staff training. When I came on board in 2019, I found that the staff training for our seasonal instructors was minimal, and I didn't feel that it properly prepared them to deal with some of those real life scenarios that they were going to deal with out in the field. We have staff from age 14 through college age are primarily the staff that we have out in the field, and they need to be prepared in a variety of ways, not only from the customer service, but a lot of safety scenarios too. So we really work to enhance that, and we'll continue to do that in the future. A part of that and a reason for enhancing some of our training was starting this new day camp program. So we looked at our playground program and combined it into a day camp program. So that was held at Jefferson Park. We worked with the Menasha Joint School District in the conjunction with their free lunch program and snack that they provided to all those registered participants. We also hosted the 2020 Day in the Park Senior event. So that is a rotating event that is between 4 different recreation departments: Neenah, Menasha, Fox Crossing, and Appleton. It also runs in conjunction with the YMCA. So you can see the picture there on the left. It was a modified version of what typically the event is, but we were happy to host it this year, and we had about 75 participants for it. In early August, we celebrated the 40th annual Grunsky Runsky event. So we had about 100 people. We did it in different stages so that we could properly socially distance, and people were very appreciative of having that event to go to. And then we did offer an additional fall event called our Scarecrow Scamper. So we kept it smaller in scale, but something hopefully we hope to build on and offer more family-focused events there. And one thing that I did want to note that we are seeing here in fall, when I was looking at some of the comparative numbers, is that we are seeing about a 25% increase in participation in our recreation programs in this fall of 2020 in comparison to fall of 2019. So certainly in earlier this year, because of COVID and the impacts that it's had, we did see a decrease in our summer participation. But now as we turn to fall, we are seeing an increase, and I strongly feel that that's people are looking for opportunities of things to engage, but that it's us building a strong foundation of our programs and where we want to go, and people starting to turn to us and look for those recreational opportunities. On the pool side of things.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Yes.
Oliver Taylor, do you have any numbers on the summer program? Were they all city resident kids, or were they other kids?
I wouldn't have that exact breakdown with me right now. I could certainly look at that.
Okay.
Yeah, I can certainly get you those numbers and break those down a little bit more. I do talk a little bit here of our reciprocity agreement and some of the numbers that I'm seeing there. So I'll reference those numbers here in a little bit, but I can for sure get maybe an annual breakdown for you.
Okay, and then before that, you mentioned the Gilbert Trail. The Gilbert Pond, this community put a lot of money into that Gilbert Pond. And this summer, you could walk across it. The algae was so bad, it was a cesspool. And I think it doesn't reflect well on the community, especially all the money that we put into it. So somehow we need to keep that pond looking like a pond and not like a green algae pool.
Sure, I know there is hope of putting that into the budget this year for 2021 of a fountain going in there to help with that duckweed growth that you're seeing.
It wasn't duckweed, it was just, as we have on Lake Winnebago and throughout this area, algae bloom. And it was solid green for the most of the summer.
I saw duckweed.
I'm not going to get into specifics, algae, duckweed, whatever. It looked disgusting.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Yep, we can take a look at that. Looking at the pool, earlier in 2020, we, Chad, our pool manager, and Shelly, his co-manager, did attend our state aquatic one-day workshop. It offered them an opportunity to network and learn some current aquatic trends. And I know Chad has utilized some of those connections throughout the year and enhance our pool operations. Chad is on the phone call here today. And Chad, if you want to briefly talk about that workshop and some of those things that you were able to connect on.
Sure. Hi guys. Thanks for letting me come. So it was the first time that we were able to do that. We went to Wisconsin Dells. Actually, it was in Baraboo, and I got to reach out to some of the other seasonal professionals around the state and also around the country. We had a trainer from City of Phoenix who kind of helped us with some of the programs that she has, offering incentives for employees, just kind of to motivate employees a little more and, you know, be a little more not to say we're not customer focused, but to work on some of our efforts around that. But any COVID related pieces at the pool, had some contacts, used that same contact in Phoenix. They actually were shut down for the summer. But she was still willing to, the director there was still willing to help out, you know, as we had questions. And so it was good. We had a lot of new learning this summer and spread it to our staff. And with Megan at the helm, you know, we're looking at our practices and we'll be that much more ready for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. A big capital improvement project that took place at the pool house this year was the rehabilitation of that. So it included the lobby, the office area, and the male and female changing rooms. So there was new paint, epoxy floor, and benches. That spearheaded that project. It turned out fantastic, and it's certainly a great welcome to those people walking through our doors to have a nice clean look going into our facility. Certainly our biggest thing that was a highlight for this year was that we were successfully able to offer a safe aquatic experience for staff and guests. So this was not an easy feat, even though our attendance numbers were not what we would have liked them to see. It still definitely required increased training, re-strategizing our operations from the get-go. You know, I think we started meetings right away in March and April with our pool managers of, you know, what is this going to look like? How are our operations going to change? What staffing levels are we going to need? What safety protocol do we need to put in place? So there was many discussions weekly for a couple of months there leading into that. So no easy feat. You know, kudos to Chad and the crew at the pool for successfully offering that experience. Like I said, despite our attendance numbers being lower than we wanted, it's important that we offered that experience. One thing that did happen that Chad also helped to spearhead was a collaboration with the school district to offer an African American focused intro to water or water safety class. And Chad can touch on this again if you would, Chad.
Sure. So Brenda Litwin from the high school had called me about creating a experience for our some of our African American families. As far as statistically, this part of the population is more afraid of the water. And as far as positive versus negative experiences around water, we wanted to try to create some positives. So we had two larger families come in. We had 6 signed up, but as far as, I guess establishing trust, with our population, it's the first time we did it. And we had a mom who was in the water, who was deathly afraid and was cool. I'll have to send a picture, but she was in the water. We had a life jacket on her, and she had her legs up on kickboards, but they had her head in the water, and she was totally vertical and horizontal, and it was really cool to see. We had our staff working together, basically one-on-one with the kids, and teaching some diving and water safety skills. And we started out with a big circle, 6 feet apart, and just talked about each other's experiences around the water. And it was really cool to hear my staff interact with the kids and the families, and and meeting in the middle with their experiences and realizing that they're not different. Their experiences kind of shaped who they are. And so it was a great event. Hopefully more to come next summer. But it was a neat opportunity that I'm really glad that we were a part of, and the families were really appreciative that we did it. And it was really cool to see. I'll send pictures if you guys would like.
Thank you, Chad.
Yeah.
And lastly, on the pool side of things, is we repaired some substantial leaks that had led to some higher water and chemical use. So hoping that helps. Certainly we discover some each year, but we repaired some substantial ones this year. Looking on the forestry side of things, we did recognize.
Can we back up to the pool?
Yep, most definitely. Oops.
Something that I'm hard on all directors with the pool, because many years ago I witnessed almost a drowning at the YMCA, and the lifeguards weren't doing their jobs. And I give everybody this speech after I saw it. It's on a father-son night, and lifeguards weren't doing their jobs in their chairs. And the guy went down along the wall, and the sun was pointing down, and nobody saw the sun pointing. And they pulled Dad out. He was as black and blue, and had some brain damage. And this summer, I saw that the lifeguards are taking a different tack, if you will, on being up in their chairs. Those chairs are there so you can see down into the water. It's an advantage point. You can see somebody in the deeper sections, and not even the deep sections, the shallower sections, alongside the wall. And that's why those chairs are put there. I see lifeguards chattering as they're changing, standing back away from the wall, talking with somebody from the office or from the checking tolls or whatever they do. And I didn't think it was, and I check it many times of the day and weeks, and you sometimes see a shift with people. And to me, there was a shift this year, and it's not good. And I don't ever want to, because something happens, somebody drowns, they're going to come to this council. And that's why I take this very serious. And there's no change in the last 40 years on how we manage chairs. Party comes down, party goes up. Keep the eyes on the water in between. No chit-chatting, no being out of the chair. That's the way the safety should be, and it hasn't changed. I talked to our insurance company, and there's no budget on that. Thank you.
Thank you, James. One thing that we do have on staff. Oh, sorry.
Can I ask Chad how many drownings we had in the last 30 years?
I guess I could only speak to my 17 years at the pool. 0. I have full faith in my staff, and what Alderman Taylor is referring to, we call roaming. It is a practice that the American Red Cross does support, especially with certain amount of swimmers in the water. You know, as far as our rotation methods, obviously this summer was a little different as far as the spacing needed, but as far as the talking that goes on, you know, as far as communicating, their eyes should be on the water. If there is communicating going on, talking about the kids that are in a specific section, that's certainly something that we encourage when it's dealing from one section to another, but their eyes do remain on the water. So as far as, what we do and how we train our staff, I mean, there's always room for improvement. But I do have full faith in my staff, and I do have Haley on staff, who is a trained, she's a trainer certified through the Red Cross, that the city invested in her to train our lifeguards, and I do have the ultimate of confidence in her. So, but I do appreciate you bringing that up.
I've been at safety for 40 years, and don't insult my intelligence, because I talked to you, we discussed this, and there was a change this summer. And Alderman Crotty, yeah, maybe nobody's drowned, but it only takes one. And the change this year, as far as the way staff was performing their duties, and I don't care if they call it roaming or talking or not paying attention, that's what it is. And I take this extremely serious here, and we get it out in front of the council. And I know Rapella was down there all the time. And let's get back to why we haven't had any drownings, because of this roaming or standing back 10, 20 feet from the deck of the pool. I had the floor. And standing back 10, 20 feet from the deck of the pool and talking to somebody from the office or from the tow inspection or whatever, that's not lifeguarding. Lifeguarding, the reason those chairs are there, and if we're not going to use the chairs, let's tell the insurance company we're not going to use the chairs, and let's take the chairs out.
We have a tax on staff while we're at a meeting here.
That's right. Because you know why? Because staff did not take this strongly enough this summer. So that's why I'm bringing it up here in front of the whole council.
That would be a matter to be taken up with management.
Thank you. I did that. But Mr. Tungate didn't do anything. Thank you. And it's serious. It's serious business. It's life or death, folks. That's why I'm standing on this platform here.
Can we get back to the budget?
Life or death.
I agree, but city attorney, that's up to the chair to run this meeting.
I think we all agree that safety is important at the pool, but also we have trained lifeguards, we have the Red Cross protocols, and we do need to follow those, not have...
We're not, Mayor.
I would trust the people that are from the Red Cross to know what the protocols are, but we can still discuss those further. Alderman Nichols had a question as well, I believe.
Actually, I have a comment. I
Sure.
just wanted to express my gratitude to the Common Council for supporting the rehabilitation of the pool house in last year's budget. I know I passed along a note to
me
at that time. It was to you, to Director Tungate, to Thad, to everyone who was involved with that, because when my daughter and I walked in the first time, she literally just dropped her jaw and said, "Mom, are we in Menasha?" It was so much needed, and it really changes the perception of our community when you walk into that place. And it's really well done. So thank you for supporting that, and for the staff and everyone who worked hard to get that done. And I just wanted to add that I admit that I was a skeptic when the mayor decided to open the pool this spring because during COVID, but I checked it out, and we spent a lot of time there this summer because it was a safe place to be. And I think a lot of people are grateful that the opportunity was there. So thank you for that.
What was the attendance numbers? I should
The,
ask Alderman Rapella would have them.
the annual attendance for 2020 was just over 4,103.
Thank you.
On the forestry side of things, we did celebrate our National Arbor Day Foundation as a recognition for our Tree City for the 37th consecutive year. We removed approximately 55 ash trees that were in poor condition, and we've treated approximately 100 ash trees for the EAB treatment that were deemed to be in good condition and in desired locations. And then we also did submit for an urban forestry grant requesting $25,000 for completion of our emerald ash borer management plan. So that would take us through the final 4 aldermanic districts through 5, 6, 7, and 8. So assuming that we receive that grant, that is our goal in 2021. And then on the cemetery side of things, we continue to focus on aesthetic improvements in 2020. We planted some flowers and enhanced that entrance and continued to work on the turf care out there. On the marina side of things, by the end of 2020, they'll have a replacement of the 2 existing underground fuel tanks with 1 underground tank. So that project is starting this week. And then the harbor master reported that she had a very successful operational year despite the slow start and the concerns that she had of the pandemic. She found more family boating or all day boaters versus people maybe doing long trips, things like that. She really did see a growth in her pontoons that were out on the lake as well, which I think is a trend not only in this area but recreationally across the board. And then on the trail side of things, we are working on completing the construction of the Nature's Way Trail on the north side. So the actual construction is done. We are just adding some trees, some landscaping around there. We did do the crack filling and sealing of Jefferson Park and the Barker Farms Park Trail. And then we did realign a portion of the Jefferson Park Trail to accommodate the continuation of the shore wall construction.
Can I jump in real quick?
How many dollars? Yeah, how many dollars are in that shore wall construction?
How much was spent thus far? There was
what are we gonna budgeted? I know initially we had 50,000 and then we stopped.
Right, we have 25,000 for 2021.
Okay.
Can we go back to the last slide? Sorry, James.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Something else I brought up about that trail is that the goose droppings, when you don't have the concrete, you don't have the goose droppings along there, and it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for the city, and it takes a lot of maintenance to get out there and clean that goose stuff off the concrete. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't think we should continue it. That's just my opinion. And also back it up to the marina, I think anybody not from the city of Menasha should pay some sort of an additional fee to fuel their boats up and to remove waste from their boats. These tanks cost a lot of money, and I think we should be recouping that through some sort of an additional tax on non-city employees, and also for pumping out their for the sewage, pumping out their sewage out of their boats if they're not from the city. There should be an additional tax placed on that. So I would hope Megan and Alderman Crotty and the park board will look at that to help offset these enormous costs when they come back to replace these units. Thank you.
I just wanted to know about the underground fuel tanks. So that project was 100% completed then?
No, it is going to be completed. It's starting.
Okay.
That give an update on
say, I didn't think it was, but the way it said by the end of 2020. So you're saying there it's, go ahead, explain what's going to happen.
I can take this, Megan. So on November 12th, this Thursday, tomorrow actually, they're going to be coming in to remove the 2 fuel tanks that we have underground. and a few lines to the existing dispenser. They will be putting in a new 3,000 gallon underground tank in the same location with the fill up by the sidewalk, so we don't have to worry about vehicles parking on it, so we can still fuel if there's vehicles there. The dispenser will be put in place this year. The only thing that we might not get to is some of the concrete, but that will be done by April 15th per the contract we got from U.S. Petroleum.
Thank you.
All right, so that wraps up our highlights of 2020. Looking ahead to 2021, our overarching goal here is to maintain and upgrade our existing facilities and infrastructure, but also improve our parks, trail systems, and recreation services to make Menasha a great place to live, work, and recreate. So looking ahead to the 2021 budget, this is what we hope to accomplish by the things that we have in place. So what I'm going to do here on these slides is I do have the page number marked. So we'll start with the cemetery, and I'm just highlighting the things, kind of the line items where you'll see budgetary changes. So on page 155 in the cemetery is a repair of the stone wall, the stone entrance there. That is slated to be fixed in 2021. And then on the parks, on page 163, you'll notice this throughout the recreation, the parks, the pool, the forestry budget is looking at the wages and salaries. Both the director position and the clerk position for the last many years have all been slated to come from the recreation budget, and that is not a true representation of the workload. And so we took the opportunity here to distribute the wages amongst the different categories. The director position is now about 52% recreation, 35% parks, 8% pool, and 5% forestry. And the clerk for the department is 75% rec, about 17% parks, and 8% pool. So when looking at the wages, you're going to see those shifts in those different budgets because of this distribution. Like I said, the 100% funding coming from the recreation budget is not a true representation of where the workload is distributed. And then
Megan, who's the director? I'm sorry, you're the director?
Yes, I'm the director.
And who's the clerk?
Lori Walbrun. So the one you see at the front, you see the one at the front counter?
Oh, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
And then on the building side of things, a few things slated is we did install the new basketball courts, but to put some additional landscaping around those. And then a camera system at Hart Park. So this has been a discussion, and I'll talk a little bit about Hart Park here in a couple different areas of the budget. This was brought up in summer by Officer Olazek from the police department of the number of calls that they're seeing within Hart Park, and not only the number of police calls, but also on the park side of things. And Thad can attest to this, of the time and money that we spend in Hart Park, replacing broken windows and dealing with vandalism that's happening there. But some of the discussions that we've had at Park Board over the last several months have revolved around how can we work to fix this problem, help with some of the issues that we're seeing specifically in Hart Park. And so there's two different things, kind of a two-pronged approach here that we're looking at for resolution of some of these issues. And one is the camera system at Hart Park. So I referenced down below, 2019, there was approximately 111 total calls. And what I'm calling high alert calls were 66 of those. And in 2020, they've had 127 total calls to Hart Park. 49 of them were considered high alert calls. Like I said, high alert can be damaged property, drugs, disturbances, theft, weapons, reckless driving, suspicious persons, situations happening there at the park. And Officer Olazek said that, between 19 and 20, this represents about 200 hours of documented police time in 19 and 20. He said it potentially could have been more than that, but that's truly what's documented. So one idea put forth here is the camera system that the Park Board and myself are looking to put within the budget. And I'll talk a little bit more in depth about kind of what we're looking at for the camera system. So the cameras would be around the building facing the bathrooms and underneath the overhang of the shelter, and others would be mounted viewing the basketball court, the skate park, and then the playground and ice rink. The ones in the building, because we know that there is potential for vandalism, we're trying to make them as secure as possible. They would be recessed into the soffit with only the lens being available, and they are designed to be durable. They said they have approximately about a 300-foot range of viewing distance. Obviously, the farther away that it's looking to capture something, the fuzzier that it would be, or the less crisp of a picture it would be. These ones that we were looking at are able to record 24/7, and they store it on site. So there is no internet access at Hart Park. And so this would be a unit that would be kept right at Hart Park. It would record there to this unit and store it on site for 14 days. After 14 days, it would automatically overwrite. Should we need to capture something throughout that time, staff or police, whoever it would be, would go to that unit on site and kind of connect to the system that's in place there to take the information that they need off of the camera system there. So it would not be a wireless connected system. It would not be something that we connect into remotely. It would be strictly on site there. But this system that we're looking at is easily able to connect to other video management systems. So should this be looked at getting more cameras in other places, this can be plugged into those systems. Our facility staff is able to run the cables and install the cameras into the soffits, and then the vendor would come and help configure it and train our staff on doing that. So that is the camera system that we're looking at. We're working with a couple of different vendors to get the price and get the most cost-effective system that we can and suit our needs. Moving ahead to the recreation side of things, I talked a little bit before about some of the things that we've done to kind of build a foundation. What we hope to continue to do in 2021 is to continue to review and improve the quality and promotion of our existing programs and events, and introduce new programs and events in hope in building that. Here I talk a little bit in our reciprocity. So currently, we are seeing a 2-to-1 ratio of Menasha residents using the reciprocity. So in 2019, Fox Crossing residents that came to Menasha programs, they had 147 of Fox Crossing residents coming to our programs, and 56 of their residents rented our pavilions. In 2019, on the reverse of Menasha residents going to Fox Crossing, you're seeing almost double that. You're seeing 300 Menasha residents go to Fox Crossing to seek out their recreational needs. There's 73 of them going to rent pavilions, and 111 of them renting their community center. So like I said, kind of a 2-to-1 ratio. I would like to continue to reverse that and have, Menasha stay in Menasha to see that, to find their recreational needs. As I mentioned before, we are seeing an increase in participation, and it's about building that solid foundation. It's about having well-trained staff. It's about making sure that our programs meet the needs of our community, assessing the programs that we have, and creating innovative programs that meet things. So looking to build upon that. I want to continue to build awareness and organizational relationships. I talked a little bit about the sponsorship brochure sent out and hoping to see return on that. We already have had some new businesses engage and look ahead to 2021 of events that they want to be a part of. So looking to continue to build on that. Continue some program collaboration with other city departments. This has been a department goal since I arrived here in 2019 about strengthening some of those collaborative relationships. Been in discussions with the school district and Boys and Girls Clubs on how we can, work together, particularly on our summer offerings and not duplicate our services. And also working with Youth Go, which is a organization on Doty Island that works with youth. We want to continue to enhance the look of the recreation guide and expand our distribution. So we started that in our summer 2020 brochure, and we look to continue to do that. And then also build a volunteer network and database. So that not only help enhance what we can offer if we have a solid database of volunteers that are willing to assist, but also it builds in community engagement. So specifically budgetary things on page 167 in the recreation budget, again, referencing the changes that you will see here, because you're taking some money out. You'll see a decrease in wages on the recreation side of things, but it's being distributed, as I mentioned, in the park side of things. And here's that second prong of, on the line 1008, the temporary help is $2,700 put in to develop some Hart Park programming. So one of the things that we looked at in our discussions at the park board level was, I believe years ago, there used to be a park monitor that used to be at Hart Park and really kind of walk around. And we're looking to really increase positive interactions with the kids that are there and deter some of that criminal behavior. So yes, there's the surveillance side of things with the camera system, but then there's also about engaging those staff. Those kids are there. We're grateful to have them in the park, but we want them doing positive things within the park. So we're looking to really focus some of our efforts in Hart Park next year with that money, as I estimated, about $2,700, and offering about 2 to 3 programs a week for 12 weeks. This would be a variety of youth programming, teen programming, family programming. So some of it will be engaging those kids that are there, and some of it will be, hopefully bringing in families to that park that will kind of disrupt some of the behavior, make it uncomfortable for those people to be there, and for some of that bad behavior to happen there. Some of this will be scheduled programming. Some of it may be pop-up. I've also been in conversations with Youth Go, and they are on board to be helping to offer some program there in 2021 as well, which I'm very excited about. On line 3012 for the computer line, looking for a laptop for our recreation staff. Much of what they do out in the field, particularly for the summer camp program or the Tiny Tots program, they are using their personal laptop right now. They use that to access our roster database, to communicate with parents. Many will communicate via email, definitely where they store some of their curriculum for their programs. So it will be a shared laptop between particularly those programs, but can be used amongst any of our programs as needed. And then I did add $250 into the budget for mileage for recreation staff using their personal vehicle to travel to parks for programs and carrying supplies. So, myself or the recreation manager, a lot of times we load up our personal vehicles and we're traveling to parks and we're carrying supplies and things like that around, helping to cover some of those costs. On the pool side of things, I'll have Thad speak on this, Thad or Travis speak on this in just a minute, but replacing the VSD transfer pump to improve some efficiency of pool maintenance and save some energy. Begin replacement of our lounge chairs on the pool deck. That was slated for 2020 and we deferred that to 2021. So we have about 50 chairs, lounge chairs, and we're looking to replace a portion of those. So this will be about a 3 or 4 year cycle to replace those. There is some also safety materials needed as well. As I talked about in the recreation side of things of partnering, but also on the pool side of things. So partnering with those other city agencies and including the Menasha School District and the Boys and Girls Club. I've had a couple discussions with those, but we want them, of including ways to expand our programming and enhance our programming, offering special events. It could be discussions with the school district have talked about having swim lessons be part of the summer school curriculum. Boys and Girls Club, having those kids that are at the Boys and Girls Club, come regularly to the pool, or again, looking at swimming lessons, using the resources that we have within the city to engage some of those that don't have those resources. So it's not a duplication of services offered. And then something that Chad and I are looking forward to do here in the off season is review our operations to ensure that our hours, our programs, and our services again match the community needs to increase that awareness and that usage. So, do we offer swimming lessons at the right time? Do we, look at increasing our special events? Do our concession operations match what people are looking for? So I think there's some different opportunities there. Specific to
Megan, can I stop you there?
absolutely.
If we back up to 167, registrations, $1,200 and lodging and meals, $600. What is that?
Let me get to that book page.
The last two items on 167. If
Sure.
you pause at the end of a page so we can jump in.
Sure. So registrations would be for our State Park and Rec conference. So we do hold an annual conference on the State Park and Rec side of things. So that would be cost to go to those conferences, as well as lodging and meals for those.
Okay. And we go to the next page to the pool again.
Sure.
I appreciate the city for putting up the LED lights on the front of the pool and now inside the pool where the office is and the overhang. So when you're driving through the park, the police department can see a little bit better if anybody that's in the office or in the pool there. But there's still a problem with those big tall poles with those huge lights that shine at the residents' homes. And if we could, it's near the pump house where the ambulance would come in by that back gate there. And those need to be turned down towards the ground. And I'm sure they use a tremendous amount of power too. They're old sodium lights, and I would hope that we would look at that. And for the whole winter, I don't think we need to have those on. And again, the residents, which does violate our city ordinance, to have those lights lighting up the neighborhoods homes. Thank you.
So you're specifically referencing lights on the backside of the pool there closest to the lake by the pump house, you said?
Yes, it's a large pole with one or two big sodium lights on top of there that shine over the pool actually, and the residents do complain about them. But we have added the LED lights under the overhang by the office and where the people come out of the men's and women's locker room. And that is good cost savings for the city, and it really helps the safety and the security of the building at night.
Sure.
But the big large pole, we should do something with that.
Okay.
And it's been brought up for the last 5 years, so it's something we should do. If we could just turn it off during the winter, thank you.
Thank you. So specifically on page 169, related to the pool, again, just bringing to your attention on lines 1001, 1002, the wages and salaries, that you'll see some of those shifts based on putting 8% of the director wages and 8% of the pool based on some of the work duties that they do. In 2205, the water sewer, like I said, we did repair some substantial leaks repaired in 2020, but a slight increase in the water sewer line there to cover any, if there would be continued to be leaks that we did not find. And then in 2404, in the specialized equipment replacement of starting to replace some of those lounge chairs out on the pool deck, and then replacement of the VSD transfer pump. And Thad or Travis can give a little more detail there on that project.
The VSD transfer pump, we've been having some issues with it for a while now, and Adam is aware of the issues we've been having. The variable speed transfer pump that we'll be putting in will speed up and slow down and keep the tank at an optimal level. The old one runs nonstop. It's at 100% and it fluctuates a lot to keep the water level to where it needs to be. Adam, if you have anything else that I missed or you can share a little more.
In addition, there's this modulating valve that helps open and close. It's old. About 4 years ago, we spent substantial amount of money to rebuild it, and it's to a point where they can't rebuild it again. So It's we looked at going to a freak drive previously, our variable speed drive, and we just thought we'd kind of wait until we had to deal with it because it made the most sense at that time, and I think now is the time to do that.
Does anybody know how much water we're losing a day in the pool as far as through our piping?
I would say not recently. I know that a number of years ago, I'm going to say like 4 years ago, I know that we were tracking it more so than we had here the last couple years, because I'm not sure what happened. I just felt as though that our water usage was not out of sight, or it wasn't. We saved money in water, sewer and water, I think from 17 to 18.
Somebody had told me it was astronomical, and I just wondered if we had a number out on that. So I'm glad to hear that it's not a severe problem. And how many lounge chairs are we replacing? And what do those cost?
They're estimated at about $200 a piece. We're looking to do probably about 25% of those. So I think about 15 of those we're looking to replace this year.
Okay, thank you. And tell me about the fiber optics and why we have to have fiber optics at the pool. And I know that system was put in many years ago, but what's the purpose of it?
What fiber optics are you referring to, I guess?
Let's see. It's $5,400, and it's on page 169. It's under the swimming pool, and the third item from the bottom. You have specialized equipment, building, fiber optics.
22-07.
Megan, do you need some help with that one?
Sure.
That's what runs your cash register system and all the computers.
Oh yeah, it's built from the utilities.
Yeah, at the pool. If we would stop doing that because we wanted to use a different system, our fiber optics bill for all the rest of our fiber would go up, because that runs a lot like the city garage. It is basically a zero-sum operations and debt service account. So if something gets added, everyone's goes down. If something gets subtracted, everyone else's goes up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Megan?
Yes?
Yeah, go back to the specialized equipment fund. I think Alderman Taylor kind of answered my question, but maybe Thad knows, what is this pump going to cost? I mean, that $7,000 in, because apparently the lounge chairs are $3,000, so you got an increase of 10 grand. So I didn't know what that pump did cost.
So no, the pump is in there for the 10 grand. The chairs were, because they were budgeted originally in 2020, that's coming out of that original 7,000. So that's not really an increase for 2021. The additional 10,000 is for the pump.
Okay, but then, all right, thanks.
And some of the other costs within that specialized will be some of the lifeguard training materials that we need, and some of the lifeguard supplies that we need. So it will be a mix. On the forestry side of things, again, we look to continue to pursue our annual Tree City USA designation. A big part of forestry in 2021 is going to be continuing to carry out that emerald ash borer plan with the removal of approximately 80 ash trees, and that'll finish out the EAB plan. As I mentioned kind of at the beginning of the presentation, looking to increase our communication. Part of this will be in conjunction with removal of these trees and replanting of these trees, but making more people aware of the benefits of urban forestry, and also increase public awareness about our EAB plan. And then updating the city's tree inventory and placing it on Wisconsin DNR's community tree map. So staff had a meeting a while ago with representatives from the Wisconsin DNR. It's a really unique software where we can really keep track of our inventory. So we look to take a dive into that over the winter months when things are a little bit slower and get our inventory up to date. Page 182 specific. Again, the redistribution of wages, you'll see a little bit of influx in there with the 5% of forestry for the director. Line 2006 is lawn care, but that is where the $25,000 that we hope to receive for the urban forestry grant is put in. Again, if we wouldn't receive that grant, we wouldn't spend that. 30-12, you'll see money in there for a tablet for the arborist. This is to help improve efficiency with him out doing field work. So important component for him to get that information into that new database I was just referring to. 3015 has, Adam talked about this in his presentation, a lift for the toolcat. So this is a portion of that designated here in the forestry account. And then in 3018, supplies. So I talked about really taking down a large sum of ash trees. And so this includes the replacement of those ash trees. It's important to replace and grow our tree canopy. So you'll see that in 3018 in the regular forestry. And then on page 223 is, again, 3018.
1 second, on the 182 yet?
Yep. Absolutely.
Under the forestry, registration, lodging, meals, $750. You know, we're probably not going to get out of this COVID till next summer or whatever. And if we have these different conventions or meetings, I'm sure that they're going to probably be virtual. And I'm wondering if this year we really need to have all this money for these lodging and registrations for these events. And if they're going to be virtual, I think that would help our budgets.
You know, certainly looking into the future, we don't really know what that's going to be. Many were held in 2020 virtually, but looking ahead to 2021, certainly don't have a pulse on what those exactly would be. But you are right, some of them may still be held virtual depending on the time of year.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Megan,
yes.
this is Alderman Nichols. Trees, forestry. You mentioned that 80 or so trees will be removed next year. How many will be replaced?
So the estimate that we really use is it is about $100 per tree to replace. So we would hope to certainly recover the full amount of everything that we remove and replace all of those in 2021 as well.
Alderman Nichols, with the trees that we take down, we give the residents the opportunity to choose if they want another tree in the terrace or not. Most of them do, but if they do not want a tree in their front yard, we will try to find another place somewhere throughout the city to plant a tree in the place of that one.
Yes, and that program is really well received by the community. What about the trees in the parks? Because an awful lot of ash trees have been removed.
The trees in the park have been being replaced the same way. The ones in Jefferson, we are going to have to sit down and make sure we're planting them where it's not interfering with our plan for Jefferson Park, but they should be put back in the park also.
And that's the same for all the parks where trees are removed?
I can't say all of them, but the majority of them have been. There are a couple that from last year that we cut down this fall that have not been replaced yet, but they are on our list to be put back in.
Okay, so basically if we're removing 80, we look to replace them with 80?
Yes.
Thank you.
Last year we planted around 225 trees, I believe it was. And we didn't take that many down.
I have a question on that. Where residents don't want a tree in front of their house. I've looked at Appleton and they have a tree every 30 feet. And if you go to their city and to their streets, they're actually beautifully tree-lined streets in all of their subdivisions and their older subdivisions. And it really does make an impact. And we know with global warming and everything, what trees really help us keeping the hard surfaces cooler and the shade. And I really don't think that anybody should have a choice. It's city property. It's for the benefit of the community. And I think that it's something the council should review at some time, looking at, and I encourage you to go over to Appleton and drive down any of their streets out towards the east side. And they're just beautiful neighborhoods. Thank you.
Megan, do you mind if I comment on that?
Absolutely, go right ahead.
So one of the things we're working on, Alderman Taylor, is with that new software the DNR is letting us use, is actually looking for tree locations. We probably have locations for 5,000 plus trees yet in the city. So we want to try to fill the best locations first. And what we found, if someone doesn't really want a tree in their yard, they tend to kill them with the weed whacker anyhow. So as long as we have open locations, we've been trying to get them in locations that people want them. Once we run out of those spaces, then we'll probably come back to some of those spaces where they might have requested not. But we would rather have them in places that people want them, since we have a lot of open spaces yet at this point.
And I noticed we planted trees at Jefferson Park just recently, but on Broad Street, we couldn't plant them until the spring of the year. So I know there's a difference between Broad Street and the rest of the city. So you got to be careful and just plant them in the spring. Tongue in cheek.
I'm not quite sure about that, but yeah, we didn't have money in the budget for Broad Street that year. That's why we didn't plant them on Broad Street till we got a donation.
Oh, don't you remember? Everybody became an expert, and somebody out on Brighton Drive on the end, he was the real
This
expert.
is not part of the
budget.
Okay, James, let's end this conversation. This doesn't pertain to Megan's budget. Let's keep going.
It's about planting trees.
All right, so looking at page 223 in the stormwater forestry, really the only change you're seeing in there is, again, the 3018 account, which includes approximately about $4,000 for EAB treatment and then tree removal and replacement. So kind of piggybacking off of the 3018 account in the regular forestry line or forestry budget. And then moving on to Marina in page 189. All right, flipping it back. And really the only change there is you're going to see in line 2403 is in the buildings is the dumpster enclosure relocation. So currently, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking over at the marine operations where it says 2019, the wages was $7,200. And then for 2020, it was $8,300. And then for 2021, it's $22,000. That's an increase of like $14,000 from last year to this year, or last year to the future, this year to next year. Why the big increase?
So the 2020 budget was $22,116, and 2021 is $22,808. So really,
right, but the 2020 end year projection is only $8,391.
So I think that goes back to, I think Adam discussed this a little bit before, of where the guys are spending their time and where it's calculated. It kind of tallied. So even though the projections were to put, $22,000 worth of wages in the marina, the actuality is that that time is not being billed there because they're not spent there. So only.
So why should we put 22 in this year's budget when it's good chance of it not being spent there?
Well, it's a calculation of estimation of time. I mean, you certainly could move it to another line, but it's just an estimation of where that time is going to be.
So what happens to that money when we don't use it?
Randy,
I'm not
you
saying that we're gonna use
the Marina Fund on page 189.
Yes.
That we are. So that
Yes.
the Marina Fund is a special revenue enterprise fund. I'm not sure, special revenue fund. So those dollars stay in that fund. That doesn't affect your tax levy at all. So the money, what we spend in the marina is coming from the slip fees in the marina.
Okay.
So if we don't spend it, it just stays in that account for the next year.
Okay. All right. Just curious. That just caught me because it was such a big increase, but thank you.
I just wanted to let you know that doesn't affect the levy. So only accounts that start with 100 would affect your tax rate. So you look, that one starts with 207.
Yep.
So being a little newer to that, the process, I didn't know if you knew that or not.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
I had a question on 2203, the electricity, and I noticed that a lot of the marina lights aren't updated to LED bulbs yet, and maybe to have a cost savings here, we could do that. And also, I noticed in the wintertime, all the marina dock lights are on, and it's 20 below zero, and the lights are on out there on the docks, and I don't think at that point we need to burn electricity. And the electricity, it's almost $10,000, so there could be a savings there. Thank you.
Any other questions on the marina? And then moving ahead onto the CIP, which is page 279. The project plan for 2021, as talked a little bit before, is the Jefferson Park playground. So really focusing on an all-inclusive or an all-abilities playground here at Jefferson Park. It is budgeted for $610,000 with $510,000 of that being estimated as a donation. The next project slated for 2021 is the renovation of the Barker Farms basketball park. This would include the replacement of the court and the basketball goals. This has not been renovated since the park was built. Replacement of
Jefferson Park playground. We're looking for a $510,000 donation. If we don't get that, are we going to spend any money on that playground?
Well, it's slated right now to be, $100,000 of general debt and then $510,000 of donation. Certainly, we would review it if we don't meet our goals of donation, correct?
Of the $510,000. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I want to piggyback on that too. Before this all happened, the reason for doing this is that we were told that this would be such a wonderful draw to Menasha, blah, blah, blah. And now I see the city of Appleton's doing the same thing. It's just like, it's no different. I mean, I don't understand the justification. Now, if someone wants to give us $500,000 to do it, okay. But you got to sell me more on this. And I'm not necessarily talking to you, Megan. It's just that this isn't unique. This isn't anything special. Before it was, but it's already going up in other locations. That's apparently the draw. I don't think it's a draw. I think it's just another way of a way that people follow one another from one community to the other. So I'm not really big on this right now. Someone's gonna, I'm gonna keep this, my mind open, but you need to sell this, man, because you're asking for $100,000.
The idea behind this, Stan, is that $100,000 is more or less a standard playground. So we do need to update the playground in Jefferson Park, and the city would basically pay for a standard playground, and then we would ask for donations to make it something more spectacular than a standard playground. That was the concept behind budgeted.
Long as you've got that commitment, I'm okay. But
we don't have that commitment yet, but we do have commitments for people to help us fundraise, and we'll probably start a committee, and I'm sure one of the aldermen will be involved. One or more of the aldermen will be involved as well.
And here's my fear: you raise 200,000 or something, then you come back to the council and say, well, we made all these commitments. People committed this much money. We need to finish this project. Then all of a sudden, we're finding out we need to come up with another $350,000 or something. So
well noted. We will make sure that we keep that in consideration.
I had something to add to that.
Just remember, I just want to say, just remember to all the council members what I just got done saying. Is maybe I won't be here in a few years, and you'll say, yeah, Alderman Sevenick said that, about 4 years ago or 2 years ago or whatever.
Stan's exactly right. This was built as a regional draw to Menasha, and the school was going to put in 100,000. That didn't happen, so we were up around 700,000 at one time. And I'm not interested in this because this whole project was sold. We were going to get around $600,000, and now we're down to 510. And Alderman Sevenick's right. If you come back, oh, we need another 350, another 250. I don't think this project should move until the $510,000 is raised. Thank you.
Megan? Yeah, thank you, James. I just want to piggyback what Stan and James have mentioned. Our former Park and Rec director, he was going to spearhead the donations, and hate to put this on you, Megan, but he was dead set in the water that he was going to have no problem getting some money. And that's why we kind of agreed with this. But I'm along with James and Stan. I don't want to put any more than $100,000 of city money towards this park. Anything else, it better come as donations. I'd rather not see anything begin until we have all the money. I know that it would kind of light the fire if we even had some type of playground there. So I'm hemming and hawing on that, but I don't want to give any more than $100,000 of city money. Thank you.
Thanks for the feedback and the information on that. As the mayor said, there is some community members that are interested in helping with the fundraising. A few weeks ago, we met with some of the Jefferson Park neighborhood people. There's a lot of enthusiasm from that group. And I expect them to be supportive and involved in that as well. So I appreciate the comments. I think we had talked a little bit about the Bark Farms, moving on down to the replacement of the Smith Park Pavilion roof. So this is a project that needs to be done. My understanding, the project was delayed a few years ago to focus on the Memorial Building roof because that was leaking into the building. So this one has been moved to 2021. Next on that would be the grading and seeding of the Coswell Park baseball diamond, particularly the outfield. This is needed to improve the drainage. We have quite a bit of drainage issues there, looking to improve that and improve the operations and the quality of product that we can provide there.
Megan, is that the big field or the little small field?
That's the big field, the baseball diamond.
Okay, thank you.
Megan, question on the grading of Coslow. Is that our people going to do it like we did Shepherd Park, or are we bringing someone in?
Thad can give details on this.
We would be bringing people in to put drain tile in to get that water to go to one of our catch basins.
Okay, thanks. Because I was on the phone over the weekend talking to high school coach, the Max coach about this drainage, and they're all for it. But I know Nick Carlson, the baseball coach of the high school, he says then all the water drains right into the bullpens on either side there, and it's a mess. So I don't know if they can do something with that structure too, not just the outfield, but get the water to get completely away, 20 feet, 30 feet behind both, foul areas too. So the bullpens aren't underwater.
This would be a great fundraising issue here, since the school uses it and the different other teams that use it, hacks, and this would be a good fundraising goal too, to help absorb the $15,000.
My understanding, there was a fundraising project that kind of has been put in motion for repair of the dugout. So those user groups are being tapped for that project and in repair of those. So this project was slated for our CIP program.
I do agree with James, though, that the high school, since they use it for their baseball games, they should have to kick in some money to fix up the field. That would be my thought. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that can be a discussion at the park board level or at the common council level moving forward of projects where there are shared users like that of like Coslo, things like that, of what is kind of the policy set in place for projects. To my knowledge, there isn't a policy in place like that. Looking ahead here then is electrical panel upgrades in parks and green spaces. And this is really a cycle of upgrades that is looking to happen annually, estimating at replacing 2 of those a year. And in 2021, focusing on the marina panel and the one at Clovis Grove tennis courts. The crack fill and sealing of 3 more trails. So in 2020, we did a couple of trails and looking to continue that maintenance program on the Manitowoc Road, Province Terrace, and Trestle trails.
Megan, back up to the tennis courts. I really think the extreme and the large cost of tennis courts, something we should look at. If you use it, you pay for it. People that use the boat landings, they pay for it. People that use the pool, they pay for it. And these tennis courts are tremendous upkeep on them and tremendous cost. And I think there should be some sort of a permit people have to buy to use the tennis courts. And if you're going to use it, you should pay for it, especially these items that cost a tremendous amount of money. Thank you.
Megan, one thing about the Clovis Grove tennis courts, just that the lights seem to be on a little bit later in the season. I don't know what time I think they're on till 11 o'clock. I'm just guessing there. I know they're on there late, and I don't know when they are shut off, in October, November, or September, but if we could save money there as far as when the lights are turned on and turned off for the season and nightly, that may be something you could check into, or maybe you already have records of when they are on and off. Thank you.
And also, Megan, if the school district uses these, again, the school district should be committing dollars to the upkeep of these and maintenance of these expensive tennis courts. Thank you.
Thank you. And then lastly is the Lawson Canal on page 298. So we're currently working on the canal and the adjacent land acquisition. So we're in discussions with each of those. So our next step is really focusing on the design and engineering. So this money that you're seeing in the 2021 budget was really in the 2020 budget. Because of the transition from Brian to myself, really spent the latter part of this year kind of wrapping my arms around this project and getting familiar with it. So it is the same dollars that was approved in 2020, just being moved forward to 2021 to work on that engineering and take it from the concept design really to the getting those hard numbers, those engineering details, so that it's can be ready to be a permittable design and go forward to the grant writing phase, which would be therefore after that.
And I'll make it, we talked about this with Brian a lot, and it was really hard to get numbers out of them and see if we had the DNR or the Corps of Engineers to continually use that water and to prevent the invasive species coming up through that canal. I myself think it's a money pit. Other people think it's a good thing, and that's fine. That's why we have a diverse a group of people to budget dollars for the city. But it's always been very loose, and we've never got anything anchored down on this, what it would cost overall. We got a lot of shoreline there that needs to be fixed up and repaired. And according to the drawings that we have, there's no way we could accommodate this shoreline that is swept back the way the drawings have been presented to us. We know that renderings are probably never what it's going to be, and with these drawings, with the canal, with the shorelines that are pushed back, and there's not enough room on the south side to accommodate that. And shoreline project costs millions and millions of dollars, and I would like to see a lot of hard numbers on this project for the community to see before we get in this thing too deep. And maybe it is a good project for the city, but it's always been vague, and it's been since Joe Laux was mayor that we were working on this Lawson Canal. It was kind of his dream and then Brian's dream, and I don't really see the impact to the community. I would rather see the bridges being moved down. As of today, there's another bridge that's built, and they're utilizing it on the Lawson Canal. And maybe with the impact of the condominium project that's coming, or the apartment project, there might be an opportunity for those people to use the canal as recreational in part of their living environment there. So we've never had hard facts on this. I know you're inheriting it, but we should have a look at the whole project, what it's going to cost before I think we start throwing dollars into this. And
yeah, James, it really, what this next phase is here is to really update that design, you know, make sure that the vision of the RDA and the community development and what's being proposed in that area aligns with the Lawson Canal project. You know, what you have seen in previous years is really a conceptual design, and as I said, this next phase of engineering and design will take it and provide some of those scientific numbers that you're talking about here, and get a more concrete design of what works in that area. So that's what these dollars would be used for.
Okay, and I've told Brian that the drawings we have and the renderings we have, physically you can't do it. And yet we keep moving forward, and it's not going to look like that. So I hope that this flushes out those misconceptions. And $48,000 is a lot of money, and I don't know what that's all for at this point. I would like to see a breakdown on that too before the budget.
Any other questions? Otherwise, that is all that I have for this evening. Thank you for your time.
I do have a question. I was waiting to see if that was your last slide.
Oh, sure.
In the CIP, it's actually not a question, it's a comment. I am disappointed to see that the Shepherd Park play equipment, along with the Shepherd Park walkway, continue to be moved back. It was several years ago that there was a neighborhood meeting before the construction of the newest part of the loop the lake, happened, and one of the things that came out of that was a strong desire for improvements to that park. And while improvements have been made, they have also stalled out at this point. And so I'm expressing my disappointment about that and wondering if there's a way that we can get that park finished. Especially since it's a big feature now, so many people pass it every day.
The reason the walkway was pushed back this year is because we want to give that clay some time to settle so we don't have any issues with the concrete that we're going to be putting in. That was the reason for the pushback on the trail, or the walkway in the park.
What page is that on, Becky?
313.
Thank you.
That makes sense. I remember hearing that there was some work, we were gonna do some grading first to deal with some drainage issues. How about the playground equipment? And I guess that would be either for Megan or the mayor at this point.
The play equipment, to my knowledge, I would have to go back and look, and maybe the mayor, I don't recall it being in 2021 and that it was pushed back to 2022, but I can certainly check on that from previous years.
Alderman Nichols is right. It was sooner than I think it is in there right now, but I don't remember exactly what year it was in. We were thinking it probably made sense to do the playground and the trail the same year. I'm not
Well,
sure.
they were both slated for 2021, and now they've been pushed to 2022.
I think it was already explained. It all had to do with the settling of the new grading out there, and that takes some time. And I was going to ask, is that complete? Because the last time I went by, it didn't look like it was completed.
The grading,
So
I
it
believe
is
you
seeded.
said, right?
Yes, it is completed. There's a couple spots that we'll probably have to go back in spring, and that's under the bigger trees to make sure that the grass is established, but the rest of it is grown.
All righty, cool.
So,
Megan?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, this will be for Thad. Thad, I'm looking at that budget on 313. And Cosmo Park has got baseball outfield renovation for $100,000 in 2023. Any way that drainage issue can be piggybacked with that outfield renovation? Seems like they're both out there in the outfield.
This was back in when Brian was still here. He wanted to regrade the entire outfield, and for the $15,000, which I believe will resolve the issue, we would not have to do the $100,000 fix in the future.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Thad.
Yep.
Thanks for your time tonight. I appreciate the feedback and the questions.
Thank you. Let's move to the next budget, either that or take a 5-minute or something.
I don't know that these are going to take a long time unless you guys want to take a break. I'd say we just keep going. Were you okay with that?
Everyone.
I say take 5.
All right, take 5.
Okay.
Thanks.
We're back at 8.
What time, Randy?
Thanks, Cole.
5 minutes.
get the party started, 8:43.
Thanks, Coach.
You're welcome. Just got
If you're
done
late,
watching Alan Alda give Hot Lips that long kiss.
if anybody's late, make them do 2 laps, Coach.
Yes. Don, where did you go?
You know, Randy, once you let us leave, we never come back.
Oh, okay.
That's why I didn't know if we wanted to take a break.
Oh.
Hard to get everyone back in the same room again. So,
Yeah,
Yes.
it's like trying to get a family photo.
James, your camera went off.
pardon? So do we have
I don't see anybody. I don't see any pictures of anybody.
Well, you're not
No,
on
you're-
at all.
No.
I know, but
James, you're
no,
on.
I can't see you or anybody else.
Yeah, your camera's
You're the
turned
only
off for
one.
some reason, James. I'm not sure why, but
I know it because I
There's
couldn't
a-
see anybody, so I just shut it off. I can't see
There's-
Stan or you, Mayor, or anybody.
There's a button below, push the camera.
Yes, there he
There
is.
you go.
Camera's on.
Yep.
Yep, there you
does
are.
that change anything then or not?
We see you now. See you, James.
I think he,
I don't see any of you guys. I just got the common council screen up.
Comment counts.
Did you
No.
accidentally?
Oh, James.
Hold on, let me turn that off. No, that should not be up there.
Does he have 2, like sometimes you see all of the people and then you can slide to the left or to the right? Like, do you see 2 things on the bottom or like on your right on the left-hand side of your screen, like an arrow where you can move your screen and it should change what you're seeing? So kind of move your mouse over to the left or to the right of your screen and you might see an arrow pop up that might.
either that or at the very bottom of your icons, push that little go to meeting button.
Now I lost everything.
Yeah, all that should be up there is pictures right now.
Yep.
But
Push the go to icon button on the bottom of the computer there, James. And it'll bring the
which one?
screen.
It's orange with a bunch about 6 dots.
Yeah, it
Looks like
looks
a
like a,
snowflake.
no?
Okay, Pam, you ready?
Okay,
all right, let's go.
we're gonna move
He can
forward.
hear us.
30. And there she is up in on the top row of my screen. I'll
Ready?
give it to you, Pam.
Okay.
Wait a
So,
minute, that doesn't look like Pam.
No,
Do you have glasses? I can't remember.
no. I usually have glasses and I had cataract surgery last week on one eye.
Okay,
So-
that's what it.
So, every time I attend these budget meetings, I'm amazed at the wonderful staff that we have, how talented and committed they are. Very enthusiastic, talking to the Common Council about what has happened over the last year and looking forward to the next year. And I'm always impressed with the folks with whom I work, and I'm very grateful that I'm able to work with them. As of course the city attorney, my projects or the things that I end up working on throughout the course of a year has to do with all of the other departments and what they are working on, because I'm there to assist them. The city attorney's office, except with respect to really the prosecution of municipal ordinance violations, it works internally with all of the other departments. the budget for 2021, and I'm looking on page 21, is pretty much the same. There is increases, of course, with respect to wages and salaries. And for the most part, then everything else is budgeted primarily the same. There were a couple of decreases, and they're relatively slight. One with respect to the department, which is budgeted at 1,500 for 2020 and is budgeted at 500 in 2021. And then, well, pretty much everything else is about the same. There was a small decrease in telephone, and that is based on the fact that IT did do some work with regard to our cell phone contract and how things are billed, and so that's a good thing. Does anyone have any questions? The city clerk's budget is on page 24. This one too, for the most part, is about the same. There's a slight decrease, and that would be with respect to wages because the retirement of a long-term employee, and then there's a new employee that is the city clerk. There were some increases as well for postage and for tools and equipment. And there, but other than that.
Pam?
Yes.
Just a question for wages and salaries. Do wages and salaries go to the same person, or is that like there's 21,000 and 47,000? Does the 21 go to the same person who gets the 47? Or how does that work?
Wages generally refer to those employees that are paid on an hourly basis, and then salaries are based on those employees who receive a salary. So
it's two different people.
They would be, in this particular case, it's two different people, correct. In other budgets, sometimes there are, many employees that are paid hourly wages.
Okay, right.
But in this one, there's only one. And then that person's wages are divided up between the mayor, the elections, the city clerk, and the city attorney's budgets.
Okay, so the 21 doesn't necessarily mean what they're getting paid.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Pam?
Basically, what you just said was that it is in 3 other budgets, that salary.
Yes. And the wages too.
Attorney Captain,
Yes.
can you talk a little bit about the postage? Is that all COVID related, absentee ballots? You'd think this year would come in a little higher, and that justifies the 5,000 for next year.
And hey, Haley,
Yes.
can you speak to the increase in postage for the city clerk?
Yes, that is in regards to the influx in absentee ballot requests.
But you think you would have had that also this year, and it's only coming in at $300.
Haley, would
But
that
next-
be in elections?
Right, yes, the postage would be under elections.
I was gonna say, because elections, it is 11,500 is the estimate for 2020. And of course, what was budgeted was much less.
So is that a typo, Haley? I'll go back to that page. Is this clerk? Is that
I
supposed,
believe that's a typo.
is that supposed to be
It must be.
500?
Yes.
And we all
We
missed
found a
it.
deduction.
There you go. You guys got $4,500 that you can take out.
I'll make a motion right now to reduce that account by
I'll second
$4,500.
it. I'll second it.
We all didn't miss it. We all didn't miss it.
Okay, so there's a
Motion.
motion and a second to reduce, I'm trying to get the number, 30-11
Correct.
from 5,000 to 500, so to reduce $4,500.
I'm trying to find where the election is on this thing, on this page.
It'll be on the next page.
It's the next page.
Okay, thank you.
So,
It's coming up.
we're gonna
Okay.
do a roll call vote, Haley.
Do I get any credit for that one?
Alderman Ropella,
Yay, yes.
Alderman Nichols,
Aye.
Alderman
Aye.
Taylor,
Yeah.
Alderman
Alderman
Stefanik,
Taylor, aye.
Aye.
Alderman Langdon. Hope he's absent. Alderman Schmidt,
Aye.
Alderman Tom Grady,
Aye.
Alderman Ted Grady.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
I had a question on, every budget has this. The attorney's budget has, registration, $1,500, lodging and meals, $900, and the city clerk has $800 for registration, $800 for, with this COVID year, we could save a lot of money by everybody just going virtual to some of these things. And we could, with all the budgets and all the departments, we could save a lot of money for 1 year. Just a thought.
Required, right, Pamela?
It is correct. And one of the things with
Yeah.
respect to the city clerk, for example, one of the requirements that we asked of her was to get her certification, and to get the certification for this year, that is correct. It was held virtually, but we don't know what will happen for 2021.
Okay.
Correct.
Does everyone have questions, or do you just leave your mics on?
I have a
Go ahead.
comment. We just had a motion for a reduction, and while I don't have the appropriate account number or anything like that right now, we were informed of the misprint in the budget that had to do with the code enforcement person's wages or salaries that needed $2,000 added to that. I think it was $2,000. So I just wanted to remind everyone of that
I think
there are funds available for that.
I just made that motion so that we wouldn't forget it, and
Yeah.
we can bring these motions in later on, at our next meeting.
Yes, I'm just aware that some members of the council like to pair an increase with a reduction somewhere else. And so I'm saying we just approved a reduction and there is an increase needed at this other part. And I wanted everyone to remember that.
So Alderman Nichols, do you want us to put that on with the budget for next Monday?
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, we can do that. Jennifer was already planning on doing that, so we'll have that ready for you.
Yeah,
Well,
you
I
beat
have
me to the
Haley, I had a
comment.
question on your 2021 objectives, Haley. The last item, continue research of electronic poll books. What is an electronic poll book?
So currently we print our poll list that lists all registered voters in paper copy and placed in binders. Electronic poll books would eliminate the printing of the poll books, and a tablet would be used instead to house the poll book, the printed poll book portion, which is a machine that is not connected to the internet.
Okay, and then we would sign that as we signed the poll book physically. Now we would still sign that tablet.
Yes, that is correct. A stylus would be provided to sign.
Okay, thank you.
And
Numbers.
to clarify, that is looked at as a CIP item for 2022, correct?
That is correct.
Jennifer just asked if
Let's move to election. Let's get this thing moving here.
Jennifer just asked if we could make the motion regarding the code enforcement tonight. Jen, do you have the account number and the amount?
I do actually. That one is on page 58 of your budget. And with the wages and fringes, oddly enough, it comes to a $4,100. So pretty much wipes out the adjustment we just made. But since we know that amount, if we could make it this evening, that would be great.
I'll make the motion.
Okay. Does
On
anyone
page
want to second
58.
that one?
To increase the amount from, to add, what was it, 4,800?
4,100.
4,100, okay.
And can
I'll
you,
second it. Oh, go ahead, Becky.
Second.
so Alderman Sevenick and Alderman Nichols, do you have the account number too, Jen?
I do. It's 100-0811-521.
Okay. Any further discussion on that one? We'll have to have another roll call vote, please, Haley.
Alderman Rapella? Alderman Rapella?
Aye.
Alderman Nichols?
Aye.
Alderman Taylor?
Aye.
Alderman Sevenick?
Aye.
Alderman Schmidt?
Aye.
Alderman Tom Grady?
Aye.
Alderman Ted Grady?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay.
So,
Jennifer, there was something that you had listed for like 10,000 and we were gonna cut it to 5,000. Do you remember what that was?
No, Randy, I talked to you about that.
Well, I remember it too, but I couldn't remember all the numbers.
I don't remember that.
We'll find it because we need the 5,000.
So
It was, Jennifer, it was in your budget, and I'll bring it up at the next meeting, but you kept the amount. Anyways, we'll bring it up later.
do we have any other discussion on the clerk's budget? So the next one is elections, correct?
correct. On page 26, and of course, there is a significant reduction in this budget. It obviously varies depending on how many elections there are, so that's the reason for the deduction.
Any questions?
I just wanted to say to Haley, first time through the ringer here in November, you did an excellent job with the election, Haley. Got a lot of people, a lot of staff, and they were well versed at what they were doing. I stayed at the end and watched everything wrap up, and they're very well organized. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We did
I
have
do
a
have a question.
couple of city staff and elected officials that helped too. Thanks to them as well. Go ahead, Becky.
Thank you. 2020 year-end projection for postage is $11,500. And yet the 2020, excuse me, the 2021 request of 1,500 is the same request.
There are fewer elections.
No election.
Thank you. Well, there is an election, just fewer though.
Correct.
So Haley, there's just the 2 spring elections, right? At this point?
Yes, the April 6th election for sure, possibly a February election.
Okay.
So there may only be one,
Sure.
just depends.
Any additional questions on elections? I'm not sure where you're going next, Pam. Municipal court?
Well, and that one, I know it's under mine, but it isn't anything, any number I ever put in. So I think Jen,
That basically
I
is the,
have something, please. Oops, sorry. I was just looking at this for catering. In 2019, we gave $0. In 2020, with this big election, $2,000 for donuts. And then for 2021, we're budgeting $1,500. But if there's a lot less elections, this better be gold-plated donuts.
So poll workers work what? 15-hour days? We do provide meals to them on those types of.
That's great. But yeah, I'm just saying, Don, in 2019, we didn't pay them a dime. They didn't get fed.
Did we have it under something else that year? Under elections?
They brought big lunches from home.
And this isn't just for like a party afterwards too. This is.
I know. I
No,
understand.
Randy, I'm not talking to you.
I believe that the,
We've had parties in the past.
yes, Clerk Galeazzi has, she would team up with Nina and they would have a banquet or whatever, a luncheon for the poll workers who worked. And they must not have done it in 2019.
So I think, Randy, that's what that is.
Okay, all right. Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Randy, are you saying no free lunch?
Those poll workers are dedicated.
Well, they do work for it, so.
Yes, they do.
Jennifer,
Especially when I win my election.
$10 an hour.
so Jennifer, did you want to comment about the election, the municipal court?
right, that is basically just an annual site rental fee, I guess, if you will.
Jennifer,
Building rental.
Jennifer, when Peggy Sino was here, she expressed some real concern about our municipal court. And I don't know exactly what that was, but she was very concerned about something that could happen or some debt or something, something to do with the municipal court. Do you know of anything like that?
Possibly what you might be referring to is there is a deficit that's growing and that we are aware of. And actually, I've recently talked to the mayor about that as well, with hopefully plans to use some funds from 2020 to put towards that. Obviously, my goal is to put, money in the budget to chip away at that as well. So that's growing a bit every year. So that might be what her concern was.
Yeah, what is that deficit?
I have it, just not real handy.
I think it's like 300,000. I swear I saw that today.
Maybe
I think-
between both communities. I can probably find it pretty quick here.
And why,
and I think-
and why do we run a deficit with that, court?
Because it was supposed to be self-funding, James, and it's not being self-funded because either people aren't paying their, well, I let the city attorney, she could probably explain it. I mean, some people aren't paying their fines or they're not being found guilty and it's costing.
Maybe we should get a printout on this so we know.
There's one somewhere because I swear I read it.
Oh, I'm saying, maybe we should have a monthly report on the court on what it's generating and what it's not, and what fines are and what fines aren't. You know, maybe we should have more of a instead of a kind of a blank page here on page 27. And if it's 300,000 between the cities, I know Peggy was very concerned about it. I think John mentioned something too about it, but it's certainly something that's not good.
I think Nina added an extra $20,000 to their budget just to,
Looks like Menasha's share of the deficit is about 130,000.
Wow. Wow. Okay, thank you very much.
so the total is about 350 or 340, something like that. And I know I saw it in this budget somewhere.
And I know it was brought up at one point when the court asked to increase the fees. If you might recall that the statutes changed and did allow, and I don't remember what the amount was. It was something small, $5 or less, that we were able to increase a fee that gets tagged on to the forfeiture. And the city of Neenah and of course Menasha finance directors were hopeful that that would help towards reducing part of that deficit. And my recollection is that the city of Neenah has started putting a small amount in their budget to, because it part of the deficit is theirs as well, and they're chipping away at it. And Jen, do you remember what they stuck in their budget for this year?
10,000.
10, okay.
I swear it's 20. Better double check.
What I would like to see though is maybe the mayor or council president, let's put this on a future agenda and have some information and to understand it better. Okay.
We can do that. We're on HR now at this point.
Okay.
And that is on page 33.
I did put it up on the screen if you want to look on the screen as well.
Too small.
I don't know how big it is on your screen.
Both the budget and this is too small.
So there are increases associated with wages and salaries. Some of the costs associated with providing our drug and alcohol program, which are for commercial driver's licensed employees, drug testing program of all new employees and physicals, employee assistance program, any second opinions, if we send employees to doctors relative to FMLA or fit for duty exams. I think that's about it. So those costs have increased. And of course, it's based on an estimate. So depending on retirements and employee turnover. I think there was an increase in advertising too. Pardon me?
Is Miss Huber, is she a salary or a hourly?
She is a salaried person.
Okay. And then where do we run into overtime on that position?
It is not on that position. It is on the other position is the, I'm trying to think of what the title is. It's administrative assistant and to
Payroll
HR.
clerk?
Pardon me?
Payroll clerk?
Payroll, yes. And payroll clerk.
All right, thank you.
And that person is wages, hourly person. Any questions?
I think we already talked about the dental plan. I don't know if you have any comments on the property insurance.
No, that part of it that is on page 22, I don't know where that number comes from. That is something that finance puts in. It's the other insurances that I'm familiar with because that's actually the cost of insurances. And that is part of the internal service funds on 239, which actually is on 240. If you go to page 240, and those are all of the insurance policies that the city carries: liability, property, vehicle, etc. Underground storage tanks, that one obviously will change quite a bit for 2021 because we have new tanks, and 2 of our tanks will no longer be underground storage tanks. They are above ground storage tanks. We really got killed in 2020 because, they were old and we were having a challenge even finding a company to insure them. And then of course the marina tank will be replaced.
Is there a reason, Pam, that we're leaving the marina tank in the ground rather than an above ground unit?
Apparently there's no room is what I understand.
Okay. And it's probably aesthetics probably too in that area. Okay.
Any other questions on those budgets?
And it's likely, depending on claims, the top one is legal. That is outside counsel that the insurance company requires us to hire. And then we have 25,000 at the bottom, award and claim settlements. Those are just placeholders, basically. We can't anticipate necessarily, which is a good thing.
So if we don't have any other questions, we'll move on to item I. And there's three items there. The first is the Common Council. There really are no changes on the Common Council budget. The only thing is this does not reflect any salary changes. So we would be 400 and a couple dollars short. I don't remember what exactly the dollar amount is, Pam, do you know? It's gonna be $300 or $400 so that we'd be short. Oh, Jen may know.
I have 900 with FICA. Just basing it on what was budgeted for 2021.
Okay, but only 4 of them would get the increase.
Correct.
Who's this FICA?
Then I have it wrong. So it probably is half of that, but I can get an exact number.
So that would be the only issue. And if we're $400 off at the end of the year, these are estimates, so I'm not hugely concerned with that. Any questions on Common Council? The mayor's budget is basically the same. There really are no changes on it. The changes that you do see are related to staffing. So you'll notice that the wages line changed based upon new people working in as the admin assistant. And other than that, there are minor changes in some of the promotional and registration numbers. Anyone have any questions about the mayor's budget? And then civic commemorations. Do I make this get down to
171.
Yeah. It's not really an easy way to do this, unfortunately.
Oh.
Civic commemorations is basically our fireworks fund, if you want to think about it that way. The $30,000 item this year and the $29,000 item next year is $28,000 of that is fireworks, and there's a couple miscellaneous items for parades and other things that the city sponsors. I think the Labor Day, Memorial Day parades. The $250. Pardon?
Wasn't it to be over from last year because of COVID?
So we plan on having about $6,000 that we'll have spent. We will be paying our deposit for the fireworks this year. The rest we would just spend next year. You could potentially reduce that amount. If you do, I'm not sure how we're going to increase it again next year, but we likely would not spend the whole amount on fireworks next year. That is correct. This is also the account that banners come out of, and our banners are starting to get pretty worn. So that's why I left it in there, thinking that we could probably spend it on banners instead. Whatever we don't.
What banners?
Fireworks. The downtown banners.
Oh, on the lamppost?
Yes, those are typically the 2 things that come out of this, but well, 3 things. Parades, fireworks, and banners typically come out of this account.
So what could we cut out of this? Since like Alderman Severnick said, we're carrying over the fireworks from this year.
Well, I am not saying that we're going to carry them over. We're going to prepay $6,000 of the fireworks for next year. So if we replaced all the banners, we are probably talking $3,000 or more. So you might be able to cut $2,000 or $3,000 out of this and still be safe for new banners. That would be up to you. Or we could just not replace banners, but like I said, they are getting pretty ragged and we have to do something with those. So there will be about, what, $24,000, $23,000 left in this fund that would just go back to the general fund next year that would be unspent. Does that make sense?
Not really.
So it,
All I know is it budgeted last year and we didn't use it. So it must have went into the general fund and now we're rebudgeting again. So I'm assuming it's coming, but
yeah, so just like when the police department doesn't spend all their money, that goes back to the general fund, anything that's left. And that builds up our reserves. So that's what we would be doing here. If you would take that whole $30,000 out and carry it over,
yeah.
I'm not sure how you're going to get it back in the budget. That will affect our levy limits and expenditure restraint in future years. I wouldn't recommend doing that. I'd recommend putting the extra in the general fund to build up our reserves and then rebudgeting.
How
much do we have in the general fund?
I'll move to cut this by $2,000 from civic commemoration.
I second that.
Any discussion about that? Randy, did you have discussion?
Don, I was asking how much money we have in the general fund.
Millions. Jennifer, do you have an approximate amount?
I can get you a fund balance number, Randy.
Oh, okay. No.
And
I'm okay. I didn't know we had that much money in there.
Well, how do you think we pay for stuff?
And Jennifer,
so anyway, let's stay on
print the money.
One at a time, please.
Sorry. I'm done.
And what is we're supposed to have like 10% of our budget or something, Jen? I know that's a number from years past, but what are we supposed to have in there? Minimum.
I'd have to pull up the last resolution, but I thought it was decreased from 10%.
I believe it's
well, we'll look at those numbers what Alderman Rapella wants to know, and then
yep,
how much.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
It was decreased, but I guess we have been getting very close to that.
We are around 10, Jen, aren't we?
Oh, right. We are definitely above what we need to be, but I will get you numbers for sure.
I believe we're about 10%, but I think the resolution is 6. We'll have to have a roll call vote on this then, Haley?
Alderman Rapella?
Aye.
Alderman Nichols?
Nay.
Alderman Taylor?
Aye.
Alderman Sevenik?
Aye.
Alderman Schmidt?
Aye.
Alderman Tom Grady?
Aye.
Alderman Ted Grady?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-3. Wait, no.
5-2.
4-2.
5-2.
5-2.
5-2.
It's 5.
There we go.
Thank you, Ted. We need one accountant in the room, right?
I'm
Mayor?
the math teacher.
Mayor?
Yes.
It's in the ordinance and it's 6%.
Okay.
Thank you, Pam.
My memory was pretty good.
That was changed because of the steam utility, but it was like James was right. It was 10%.
I believe so, yes. So that is all that I have under those 3 items. Jen wanted to do a quick recap and talk about where our 470 fund would be, and I'm trying to do 2 things at once here. Never works well, does it? So Jen has a couple slides to show us here yet as well.
Yeah, I promise I will not take too much more of your time tonight.
Okay, and hopefully you should be able to go up then.
Okay. Just have a couple things here. Some of the things that I will have.
Did it work?
Can you guys see my screen?
I cannot.
No.
Oh, hold on.
Did I not do it right?
No, I think it was me.
Okay, I do have you as a presenter, so it should work. There it goes.
Yep, budget recap.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Some of the things I have been touched on by the mayor and some of them tonight by other departments, so we can skim through those pretty quickly. But I just wanted to touch base a little bit on Fund 470. And I have the page numbers noted there. As things are in there right now, we would propose to borrow for 2021 projects, the little over 1.7 million. And then if we would go proceed with the, I think it is the Lake Park Heights subdivision, that would be another 1.2 million of GO debt, but that would be developer debt that would be repaid with lot sales. In Fund 470, under the fire department, I just have, just as a recap, the 3 items that are in that budget. Pretty much every year, there's the fire equipment replacement, which is their radios, stuff like that. So that would be our proportionate share of that dollar amount. They also have a replacement of 2 of the inspector vehicles for 2021. Again, our share of that portion. And then also 100% our share would be the Station 35 shower remodel for the fire station.
Share number 40.17?
That is ours.
No, it's like 39.
39 something.
It is 39 point something.
That might be last year's number.
That is last year's number.
It's pretty close though, Jen, so we can just keep moving forward.
Okay.
I don't know if it was important or not, but I just thought I should mention it.
Okay, yeah, I will take a look at it. And then the library has a project that I believe Thad had put in. Parks, Megan had went through these tonight, so I don't have to go into those any further. But for the parks, we'd be looking to borrow the 191,500 because, as noted, a portion of that is expected to be donations. So I have the full expense noted, but then there's the offsetting donation revenue in that fund as well. Police department, Tim had touched on this, but they have money. They're planning to put a new roof on their facility, also the shower remodel at their facility, and then another small project for $3,000. And Adam had touched on streets and sidewalks tonight. And I think probably the only thing I don't know if you mentioned was the salt shed roof that's in the Fund 470 as well. And I just wanted to give you guys a snapshot of the tax rates from the last several years and where we're looking at right now as the budget is proposed for Winnebago County. It would be 9.7788, and for Calumet County, it would be 9.8363, as everything is sitting right now. As far as our tax levy limit, I know the mayor had briefly touched on this as well. Right now, well, not considering any of the small adjustments that were made tonight, but we proposed a levy of the $10,500,651. Our allowable levy from the state is the $10,423,690. However, we are allowed to use an additional a dollar amount from previous year's unused levy, and I have that amount noted here, the $146,998. But right now, we're only proposing to use $76,961 of that amount that the state will allow us to use. But just keep in mind that a levy right now, a levy greater than the 10,475,808 would require a 2/3 majority vote when we are adopting our budget.
Jennifer,
Yes.
will some of that 146.9 be left then for next year, or will some of it fall off?
That will be left because we do not have 2016 and 17 did not have any amounts. So the two amounts that are out there would remain.
Thank you.
You are welcome. And this, it's a lot of numbers, but I just wanted to just touch a little bit on our expenditure restraints. And as noted, we received this payment from the state. It's part of our shared revenue payment. So at the top, the 1.8% is the amount that we could, that our budget could increase, which would be the, right in the middle, the 18,965,225. That is the maximum amount that our budget could be. So we are not using all of that amount, all of it except for the 41,906. So I just wanted to make you guys aware of that, that we are staying within our expenditure restraint and not using all of that.
What would be the minimum, Chet, that before we get penalized from the state?
I don't believe there's a minimum with this.
Okay.
Yeah, we just were able to go up the 1.8%.
Okay. I know in years past, you always said that if we cut too much, then, well, of course, yeah.
Well, I mean, it affects other things, but as far as this, there's not a minimum. So
Okay,
we're proposing to use the 1.57% of the 1.8% at this point. And then I just wanted to touch on just our GO debt, with the exception of 2020, as we have that interim financing as GO debt. We are each year paying off more than we are taking on, and we're well within our limits on our GO debt. And then we talked about this a little bit last year, and some of these amounts, you know, are certainly not a lot, but just some things that as we move forward into some of the other budget years, decreases in our tax rate due to either TID closures, and the big ones are as the steam plant that does drop off by 2031. We would see, actually 2028, my bad, we would see over $1 decrease in the tax rate. So just a couple of things that would be on the radar that have the potential to decrease our tax rate in the upcoming years.
Before you go off that slide, Jen, just so the council remembers, the Public Works facility does take into account that 2028 decrease in debt service, and we increase our debt service to the Public Works facility that year. So you won't likely see $1 come off the tax rate there.
Correct, yeah. And as far as slides, I don't have anything, but certainly if anyone has, you know, any questions prior to Monday, you know how to find me.
Jennifer,
Yes.
can you forward that PowerPoint to us aldermen so we can look at it over the weekend? At
Oh,
least
certainly.
I want to look at it. Thanks.
Yeah, I know it's a lot of numbers. Yeah, I can definitely do that.
Okay.
Who are all those good-looking people?
Oh, those are my nieces and nephews. I didn't realize my home screen was up.
So we have been we have been including those slideshows out on the budget agendas. I've had Val attach the ones that we've had the first night. I'll have her attach the ones from tonight as well. So if anyone wants to look at those, they'll be there, as well as she can send hers off to you as well.
Mayor, if we're gonna make any cuts on Monday, do those have to be in ahead of time or anything?
If you are planning on doing something that would drastically affect services, I think it's only fair to the community that they would know ahead of time. If you're going to take dollars off something, I'm not concerned about that. But if you want to say close the pool, I would say you should let the public know that you're planning on something like that. Not that that's what you're planning on, but something that would be major, yes.
I'll let Alderman Rapella make that motion.
Sure. Alderman Nichols?
It is, oh, sorry.
I do have one question for Jennifer. Do you happen to know or have readily available the IT fund balance, the amount that's in there right now?
I have it fairly available. I don't know if you guys want to all watch me, unless you don't have to share my screen anymore, Mayor, if you don't want to.
Okay, let's see if I can change that. I am not sure how to do that without actually completely cutting you off. I think you need to do that. Otherwise, I'm going to get rid of you completely. There you go.
I just realized how to do that. I have it pretty available. I did, yeah. Thank you. About 145,000 in Alderman Nichols that has been reserved for various items.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Mayor,
Go ahead, Stan.
There's no further questions. I'm going to move to adjourn.
Is there a second? Were there any other questions? Did you have a question, Tom, or you just?
I'm ready to say aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you for all the good questions tonight.
Good night.
And happy Veterans Day.
Good night.